Колеги, доброго дня. Я маю велике
Colleagues, good afternoon. I have a great pleasure to open a unique event and have some of the fine participants here. You can see that. We have missed that a lot. We are starting the International Conference, Parliamentary Oversight in the 21st Century, arranged by USAID Radam, implemented by Eastern Europe Foundation. One of the objectives is to develop and implement streamlined parliamentary oversight in Ukraine. Currently, 50% of the people are connected online. Half of the people are present here in the studio. But first of all, we'll provide opportunity for our distinguished guests to greet us here. And the first speaker is Dmytro Razumkov, Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament. Dear colleagues, Olena, you are absolutely right. Unfortunately, we still have to be in the lockdown situation, and I'm sure that very soon we'll come back to the conventional format to discuss things looking each other into the line, not through a display or TV set. For the Parliament, that was a very difficult challenge as well. We're talking about the parliamentary oversight, one of the principal functions of any parliament, and the Ukrainian parliament is not an exception. But we had a lot of on our plate, so to speak. We had to change our usual mode of operation, and sometimes we have to arrange the oversight with online arrangements. Nevertheless, the parliament is still active. We haven't wasted a single day. Yes, we would switch to different modes, have fewer meetings of the committees, offline that is, but all the important issues related to fighting this pandemic, we actually arranged on the premises, and all the political forces, especially at the beginning, would set their political agendas aside and start working being result-oriented, and our colleagues can be witnesses to that. We have to control the results of our operations, and that means implementation and enforcement of the laws. Last year, we adopted the law on the parliamentary oversight, and it regulated very clearly how, where, with which methodology this is done. And in the studio we have Mr. Pascan, and he personally represents the accounting chamber. This is quite a powerful mechanism to provide, on the one hand, for the very possibility of parliamentary oversight. On the other hand, this does not let any central agencies divert from the diligent procedure in their financial matters. And I would like to thank USAID for their support that they continuously provide for the Parliament, and our partners from Eastern Europe Foundation, and Mr. Hope is present here for the things that we can do together, and we've done this for some time now, and I hope that our joint work is to be continued, and I'm actually sure of that. So have a nice, very very resultative, very efficient conference indeed, and I hope that everything will be under proper oversight as usual. Have a pleasant day, and thank you very much. We would like to thank Mr. Razumkov for his and the Parliament's readiness to work exercising the oversight function, and we would like to thank you for our cooperation. Let me say that the speaker is very busy. By definition, there's a lot on his plate. It is a parliamentary day today. Still, so thank you very much for finding the time to address us. So we'd like to thank you, and we can excuse you now, of course.
Mentioned very important person, and I want to give a floor and warmly welcome Mr. Hope, who is the USAID Mission Director in Ukraine and Belarus. And Mr. Hope, the floor is yours.
I hope you can all hear me well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your time today. Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course, honored guests. I'm pleased to join you in welcoming you to this important international conference dedicated to further strengthening the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. As Secretary of State Blinken recently said during his visit to Kyiv, the United States fully supports the aspirations of the Ukrainian people to build a peaceful, prosperous, and democratic future. And as he further noted, this includes supporting the efforts of Ukraine's government, parliament, and civil society to strengthen democracy and the rule of law. Now, sustainable democratic progress in Ukraine requires an effective Verkhovna Rada. Beyond its central lawmaking responsibilities, one of the most important functionings of the parliament in a mature democracy is its role in providing oversight. We can't overstate the importance of the parliament's role in maintaining a balance of power among the branches of government. By holding the executive branch accountable for its actions and ensuring that it implements policies in accordance with the laws that the Rada passes. This is critical. And it's especially important these days when there are so many important, ongoing, and pending reforms. In December 2020, the Verkhovna Rada adopted a law that strengthened parliamentary oversight. The legislation improved the oversight function of parliamentary committees and their reporting procedures, and strengthened the work that they do with other oversight bodies. Now, it also improved the efficiency of parliamentary hearings by requiring that the Rada respond with specific recommendations and a schedule for implementing them. At USAID, we're very proud that our Rada program supported the development of this law and effectively advocated for its passage. Thank you for all of your hard work on this. The law's adoption is an important achievement, but much work remains to be done to ensure that it's fully implemented and that we continue to improve parliamentary oversight in Ukraine. Today's conference is an opportunity to take another critical step forward in that effort. We look at best international practices that lead to strong and specific recommendations. It also allows us to share the important lessons learned from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on parliamentary operations. The process of improving parliamentary functions is a continuous one, here in Ukraine and in my own home country of the United States. Many here are considering the next generation of parliamentary reforms. Experts are looking at how to increase constituent participation in the legislative process and how e-parliamentary tools can improve the effectiveness of the Rada's oversight to better promote accountability and democratic development. And today's discussions on international experiences and best practices will influence how parliamentary reform can continue and keep that momentum going. It will underpin many of the decisions that are still to be made. So USAID and the US government, we remain committed to supporting your efforts in the RADA, and will continue to partner with you in our joint pursuit of democratic reform. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for letting me join. And I wish you very fruitful and constructive discussions over the course of the conference. Дуже дякую.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. And I think it is very important on behalf of the team of the program and all our people who supporting us, just to tell you thank you for the support and your willingness to help Parliament to improve and to implement the best practices. And I hope that it is going to be a fruitful cooperation in the future. We are moving on. Ми рухаємося далі. Я буду переключати.
We move on. Let me switch to the Ukrainian language because we have some international speakers and some Ukrainian speakers in our midst. So our next one is Vice Speaker of the Parliament, Olena Kondratyuk. Congratulations, and the floor is yours. Good afternoon. My connection is not terribly reliable today, but I'm happy to see you and thank Olena Sotnik for her beautiful moderation. Happy to see you, Olena, and delighted to participate in your conference, which is focused on a very topical subject matter. In my capacity as Vice Speaker representing the opposition, I feel it necessary to discuss the necessity of parliamentary oversight. Is very much to the point because from the point of view of communication, I can tell you also from experience that very few people in our society fully appreciate the oversight function for the parliament. The Parliament of Ukraine is usually discussed as a lawmaking body, as a representative body, but lawmaking is not all of it, especially for the parliamentary presidential republic. The mission of the parliament is to exercise continuous oversight over the cabinet of ministers. This is one of the, well, the second best function of the parliament that is reflected in Article 113 of the Constitution of Ukraine. So the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine is responsible before the president of Ukraine, but is answerable to the parliament alone. So I'd like the 9th Parliament to proceed along the correct lines for more effective implementation of the parliamentary oversight, because very often we can see some make-believe or imitation of such a function. There are some positive case studies, though. They adopted the law on parliamentary oversight. We have discussed that. Mr. Rozumkov was referring to that. This clarifies the review of reports and some other pieces of information coming from the central government and other parts of the government. This increases the parliamentary hearing, the role of participation of the civil society representatives, efficiency of the recommendations adopted based on such hearings, which should contain the deadlines for delivery of such information, the list of the statutes necessary for implementation of the recommendations, the provisional timelines, and necessary public discussions and hearings and so forth. The law was initiated by the leadership of the parliament and leaders of all the parliamentary factions. The constitutional majority voted in favor. This speaks for the consensus and joint vision for the necessity to strengthen the parliament as an institution and the toolkit for parliamentary oversight. But there is another component of parliamentary oversight: internal control that is exercised by the opposition over the majority party. Now, the minority is there to control the government and the majority inside the parliament. The so-called issue of checks and balances I represent the opposition, and recently we had a meeting with former president of the European Parliament, Pat Cox, who is helping a lot through his mission, and the rapporteur on Ukraine, Mikhail Geller. Yes, there are some issues still raising concern with the Ukrainian opposition. First of all, the drafts prepared by the minority very often are ignored by the majority and fail to reach the agenda for the session. We insist that the status and the rights of the opposition are reflected in a statute. The parliamentary opposition requires, as I see it, institutionalization, or at least specific rights and opportunities that would be outlined very clearly. We should delegate our representative as head of the accounting chamber. In my opinion, the budgetary rule of procedural committee should be chaired by members of the opposition, freedom of speech, human rights, and anti-corruption committee. This is a standard for a minority in a developed democratic country. Another example of such high political culture and respect to the minority, and majority to the minority to the majority is providing one of the positions. Well, this is tradition with the Ukrainian parliament. I hold this position now, but due to different objective and subjective reasons, we have abandoned the concept of adopting separate law on the opposition because we failed to reach agreement between the opposition and the majority. And instead, we decided to come back to the rule of procedure or standing orders of the parliament with the toolkit for the opposition that was developed 10 years ago under the rule of procedure that we have with this parliament. But further, we have to develop this, and the draft of the law in question is now reconciled with the leadership and is referred to representatives of different political parties and groups. In my opinion, the principal goal of parliamentary oversight in 21st century, should not be just politicizing this role, but promotion of quality and performance of the parliament as an institution, which, as we believe, will lead the parliament to successful representation dealing with the actual issues of concern for the people. This will reinforce trust in the parliament. Parliamentarism is a way of democracy. And in closing, I would like to inform you that we have just concluded operations of the working group on rebranding of the parliament. Very soon we will present the, let me say, institutional capacity model for the parliament, because we would like to discuss not just about the changes of the logo, but essential things for promotion of trust in the parliament and parliamentarism. We are living in a parliamentary presidential state. I would like to remind you. Thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful discussion indeed. And I would like to hear from the colleagues of mine and our international partners. I would like to join our partners in the chorus of appreciation. Thank you for making our parliament open and transparent, welcoming for the people. Thank you, Olena, for starting the essential part of our discussion. And you have already raised some complicated issues of the parliamentary control. I hope in the future we will discuss such matters comprehensively. Thank you, as Vice Speaker, for your contribution to this very important sector, the educational part of our program, and for your active position and your willingness to reform the parliament according to the best available standards. And thank you very much. As much as you can stay with us, please do. But we also understand and appreciate that your schedule is busy. Victor Lach is our next speaker, who is President of Eastern Europe Foundation. He is the person who represents a big team of unique talents, and he leads this team to achievements. The floor is yours. Thank you, Alan. And I'm happy to greet participants of this conference. We understand that after 18 months, the pandemic situation has changed all the parliamentary processes cardinally. It's not just Ukraine, but many jurisdictions changed their practices with organizational, legal, constitutional, communication, technological, and human communication dimensions. The oversight function has changed accordingly, of course, and the challenges that we have for a number of jurisdictions because of this pandemic actually reflected itself in the oversight functions. The Parliament, following the governments, had to respond to the challenges of this pandemic, but preservation and strengthening of parliamentary oversight should be provided whatever the challenge that the state is facing. Because we appreciate, we understand that the oversight function is about checks and balances. It's about guaranteeing human rights. It makes our work more effective for the executive and legislative branch, for that matter. So the oversight function for the parliament is actually standing for the interests of the public, of the citizens. We have this stereotype in Ukraine that the legislative, lawmaking, representative functions are the most important. In order to draw people's attention to the oversight function, we are holding this event in order to show how Ukraine is changing the practices for this oversight function. So the best practices should be showcased, and I'm very happy because we have 360 participants from 11 jurisdictions attending this conference. The best experts of the world are going to share their experience and other parliaments in implementation of their control function. So we have discussed a lot of the law on the parliamentary control adopted in December last year, and I'm happy to tell you that experts of the program have joined this process heartily, had public discussions, expert discussions, invited experts to join their pool, and we adopted a whole lot of recommendations, and those recommendations were appreciated by the Parliament. This is a win for the civil society, of course. Adoption of the law, impact of the law are equally important. We engage our experts, our trainers, in a whole set of training exercises for the committee secretariats and members of the public forum. The oversight function was also provided for some kind of guidelines for implementation of this law. We wanted the Ukrainian parliament representatives and experts to have access to the best expertise available in the oversight function. And I'm happy to tell you that under USAID Radar, we are actively engaging our partners from Westminster Foundation for Democracy for the educational activities. We adjust best international practices successfully, and involve them in operations of the Parliament. I would like to share some plans for the future with you for implementation of this component. And of course, for us, the control function is one of the priorities, is of great priority. And presently, we are working on developments of the template for the reports filed on the part of the government to be filed to increase the capacity of the Parliament, the institutional capacity to implement this oversight function. We have a whole set of trainings, explanation sessions, discussions, different formats and instruments for implementation of the oversight function. In addition to that, we would like the best expertise of Ukraine to become known to our colleagues from all the world. And with this view, we decided to make this an international conference indeed. So please follow presentations from our colleagues. We would like to have this for the change and function that should be done for us to report that the results of the conference actually are reflected in practical improvement of the oversight function. So I wish the best of luck to all the participants, interesting ideas, new contacts, new partnerships in order to make operations of our Parliament extremely effective. Thank you, Victor. Our next speaker is a special one indeed to me, for sure. With Valery, we started this whole process. Oksana Sirid is also here with us. We remember how the 8th Parliament adopted a new law on the accounting chamber. And today we have Valery Patskan as a chairperson of the accounting chamber of Ukraine, the key body, in my view, the central body for the parliamentary control. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Olena. When I was entering this studio, I felt nostalgic, and I could see the friends for the parliamentary control. The 2021, the pandemic years proved to be very difficult and challenging. We have to change the approach to parliamentary oversight, introduce new techniques and new standards and principles. As head of the accounting chamber, I believe that parliamentary oversight should be continuous and stable in their operations. Under no circumstances can they stop or interrupt their operations, whatever the challenges that we have to deal with in the world or in the country. As the accounting chamber, on behalf of the Parliament, we exercise oversight over the income, the revenues to the budget. It's Article 198 of the Constitution of Ukraine. And this year we celebrate our 25th anniversary, 30th of the Parliament, 25 of the Constitution. And after 3 years, in much detail, we have revisited the status. We are more open now. We can be easily found in the social media, in the mass media. We periodically present our reports. Let me discuss some events for last year and plans for this year for participation at the committees, meetings, parliamentary hearings. And I would like this discussion to be a real step towards reinforcement of the parliamentary control. The executive power should fully realize that there's this parliamentary oversight on behalf of the public and through the accounting chamber, the ombudsperson, and the executive power should be answerable to the parliament. We are parliamentary presidentially, both speaker and vice speaker discussed that, and opening remarks. We are a parliamentary presidential republic. With participation of our experts today, will try to somehow take stock of what we have and offer new mechanisms to improve the parliamentary oversight. I'll participate in the panel discussion thanks to the partners supporting Ukraine and the parliamentary control. Thank you, Victor. Thanks to our partners from USAID, everyone who joined us, and the moderator. Thank you, Valery. Yes, indeed, Valery was very helpful because he actually led our discussion naturally to our next speaker. With the parliamentary control, we should talk about the executive power, because parliamentary control is actually focused and aimed at focused on and aimed at the executive power with its implementation of the legislation that is adopted by the parliament, the budgetary control, and so forth. So it doesn't come as a surprise that it's quite logical that our next speaker is Oleg Mchino, Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Let us hear your vision of this issue, and of course we would be grateful for any kind of remarks. I cannot, essential remarks. I do not promise to make any essential remarks, because everything that we understand from the presentations of Mr. Lack and other representations, that we need parliamentary oversight for the quality of the internet, because we saw you, but we could not hear your presentation here. Now, for the parliamentary oversight, of course, adoption of the new version of the law was very important on the 3rd of December 2020. Now we have the new grounds for the parliamentary control. Specifically now, speaking of us as the executive power, I think that any kind of government, not just this government, but any kind of Ukrainian government is interested in the parliamentary oversight being effective for the ministries and other central agencies of the executive power. The criteria which should be applied to this process for the specific committees, the parliament in general, but the committees actually present their vision, and they are responsible for principal review of the legislation then offered in the session hall. That should be all improved. Now about the present day situation. I would like to thank the speaker, the vice speaker, for their being very precise in their deliveries within all the necessary emphasis. Parliamentary presidential republic means that we are answerable. We report to the parliament. The president is to make the policy points ministers, but two ministers, but in the construct of such a republic, a parliamentary coalition or a majority, if they have enough votes, they form the government, and that's another way to exercise parliamentary oversight. We have to also say that the new challenges that we had this pandemic, the lockdown situation, speak for the fact that for more than a year we worked in this emergency situation. This is not any kind of martial law. We do not introduce a curfew, but we have some limitations, some constraints. We remember the use of public transportation means. We have a limited number of people in religious congregations. So parliamentary control over such action is terribly important. And I would like to say in closing that I hope that you can hear me. There are some problems with the video, the information tells me, keeps telling me, but thank you very much for the high level of selection for the speakers, and I hope that this discussion will be on a level with the representation. We've seen you all the time. And thank you very much for your remarks. And I hope that in the nearest time we'll have the opportunity to work. As Victor said, we haven't heard him. It was very important. It is very important to develop a standard for the government, and this is very important to help us with cooperation and parliamentary control to simplify this work, make it easy, streamline it. The parliamentary control, the governmental operations being more transparent and come up easier to appreciate for the public, not just for the experts. And in the nearest time, we hope to have this meeting offline. Our next speaker represents the Parliament, Mrs. Rika Kalchenko MP, who chairs a very important, one of the most important committees, in my opinion. This is the Committee on the Rule of Procedure, the Procedural Committee. So the floor is yours. Thank you, moderator and participants. We do not exist for the sake of the state. According to the Ukrainian constitution, the state is responsible before the people for its operation, and we have to provide for the rights and freedoms, first of all, liberties. To implement this constitutional duty, we have the parliamentary oversight that is being implemented in different forms, one of them being state control. The state control has in it also the parliamentary oversight, regulation of all the procedures related to exercising this function. We have the sixth section of our rule of procedure. And I would like to remind you, discuss here, following the speaker and the Vice Speaker, on the 3rd of December 2020, Law 1052 was adopted. And when drafting the law was 4131, and then it was transformed into 1052, that's the number of the law. And with the Rule Procedural Committee, we would base our judgment on the constitutional provisions according to Article 85 of the Constitution. There's control over the Cabinet of Ministers according to the Constitution, and also the parliamentary control, oversight, under the Constitution as established by the laws. And 4131 draft and the Procedural Committee had to refer this to the Constitutional Court, and the Constitution provides for the exhaustive checklist. The parliamentary oversight is exercised in different legal forms under the Constitution, strictly so. So improvement of all the procedures for implementation of the parliamentary oversight could not happen through, say, establishment of some new powers for the parliament, inclusive of the decisions stemming from review of the reports provided for specific organizations of the executive power. According to Clause 1 of Article 89 of the Constitution, the Parliament, for its legislative drafting work and preparation for the review under the oversight functions, creates parliamentary committees. On the other hand, I would like to refer to decisions of the Constitutional Court in that parliamentary committees are not independent agents of parliamentary oversight. They participate only at the stage of preparation and previous review of the parliamentary oversight realm. This interpretation was taken into account also in preparation and finalization of the draft 4131. So finally, the subject of regulation for this law encompassed also changing the timelines for submission of reports and other types of information from the executive bodies and officials, also requirements to the reports from the Ombudsman and Prosecutor General, committees of the Parliament in a review of such documents, and also review in the session hall of the reports and other pieces of information to that effect. This law has been implemented. It's practical. That's the fifth session of the 9th Parliament, and we have already reviewed the reports from the Prosecutor General and Head of the State Bureau of Investigations, SBI. I would like to say that the constitutional powers are enough for effective exercise of control functions for the Parliament and the committees within the scope provided by the Constitution. But it is practically interesting to review the parliamentary committee's experience from other jurisdictions for the choice of the right technique of implementation for their competencies in this sphere. And we are thankful to the projects of technical assistance, partners of our Parliament, USAID RADA, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, other organizations for their active participation in arranging meetings. So to that effect, I'm sure that this conference is going to be very instructive and useful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergei Kalchenko, for your contribution. There are many important things at the same time. There are some practical things and recommendations that speak for the fact that basically the parliamentary control as such belongs to the parliamentary committees, and there is a specific scope provided for in the rules of procedure, standing orders. So for you, I'm sure it is very interesting to continue our cooperation discussion on the best way to improve the legislation of the committees, because it is a bit obsolete and should be updated. 10 years ago, they last amended it, and the rules of procedure, because nothing is perfect. There's always some room for improvement. There are new tools appearing, digitalization, all that, so we will be very open for cooperation indeed. And for this panel, we have our last speaker, and I would like to introduce somebody whom I know personally from last Parliament. Madam Ludmila Denisova was elected and appointed Commissioner of Human Rights of the Parliament of Ukraine. This is one of the key instruments this institution is. And she presently is a very important agent of parliamentary oversight. An auxiliary instrument is institution. Madam Denisova, the floor is yours. Thank you, Elena, for your generous introduction. I would like to discuss our practice for the parliamentary oversight in the part of human rights and civil rights. I would like to say that starting from last year, when I started in this position, with the rules changed because of the lockdown constraints. Now we have systemic violation of human rights. This concerns, first of all, the least protected, the most vulnerable parts of the population. That's reception of information from the governmental bodies, medical assistance, social assistance, freedom of movement, freedom entrepreneurship, and other rights. As a result of that, the number of reports on violation of human rights that we received in 2020 increased by 40% versus last year, 2019 that is. This trend is persistent, unfortunately, also in 2021. After 4 months of this year, I have received almost 20,000 reports on violation of human rights, and this is by 63% more than last year. It used to be 11,800. For the hotline, we received since the beginning of this year 8 times more communications than last year, mostly concerned with the violation of information rights, petitions, and requests for information. This is 57% of all the violations. Social and economic rights for pension, social allowances, medical assistance, entrepreneurial activities. After 4 months, it's 27% of all the reports. And the third category is procedural rights, judicial remedy, enforcement of judicial decisions, 14% of all the complaints. So in order to provide for parliamentary control during the pandemic in 2020, we exercised 2,664 monitoring visits, but 15% more than in 2019. With the lockdown constraints, the Secretariat of the Ombudsperson introduced a new form that is online inspection, 334. Almost every day we had such an inspection. After 4 months of this year, we have already conducted 895 monitoring visits and 189 online inspections. As a result of that review and monitoring, we can see systemic violation of human rights because of the lockdown constraints. And this is, first of all, violation of information rights. Bodies of the executive power and the local governments refused personal visits and answers to the requests violate the timelines. The review of petitions is not substantial. So in order to counter such phenomena, in 2019 we had a monitoring conducted for 74 holders of public information, central agencies of executive power, and regional state administrations. Only 75% of the holders provide the information in a timely fashion and fully on request, and the violations of regularity were mostly removed by the said bodies on our request, and after receiving our recommendations, the hotlines are introduced with all the bodies of executive power and the regional state administration. About social and economic rights, implementation of the parliamentary oversight under the pandemic, we registered violation of rights for medical assistance, to the right to protection of labor of the medical personnel. We've conducted monitoring of observance of human rights for the health status under pandemic, for provision of necessary medical services for the people in need of such services. The results point to systemic violation of this law right. closing of the medical institutions and the mode of operation for the main ones made access to medical assistance more difficult. Some people have to cover distances over 50 kilometers to get medical assistance. According to the State Committee of Statistics, 617,000 people who died in 2020, 285,000 died because of their heart condition that could not be helped because of the lack of medical assistance provided in prompt urgent fashion by ambulance mobile teams. Only 80% of such requests were satisfied. So for the health status of the nation, I personally made the constitutional application to the Constitutional Court to recognize as non-constitutional certain provisions of individual laws. The adjudication is a process. Under the education implementation of the right for entrepreneurial activities is under threat, and the business agents approached me for interpretation of how they should act when the mechanisms and constraints of the lockdown would change daily. We provided prompt explanations to them so that they could be navigated in such changes. With the Danish Institute on Human Rights in National University of Yaroslav Mudry, we conducted a survey, Business and Human Rights in COVID-19 Times. That survey was presented at the Forum of the UN on Business and Human Rights. Human rights in places of imprisonment. This is a separate block that requires parliamentary control for implementation of the preventive mechanism, national preventive mechanism. In 2020, by two times, the number of petitions increased, reporting violation of human rights in detention. 75% of them had to do with the prison system. In COVID-19, we actually reinforced the national preventive mechanism. Starting from the introduction of lockdown, I conducted meetings with heads of central agencies that manage prisons, and we arranged for them to inform me on the cases, incidence rates on COVID-19 among the prison population on an everyday basis since February last year. This information is received by my office in order to be able to respond to such cases of human rights and introduce corrective measures to minimize the outcomes. With the recommendations of the UN Committee on Prevention of Torture in spring 2020, I personally developed the European recommendations, also the Committee of the Council of Europe Against Torture, and we had the training for all the members of the Secretariat and civil monitors. Together we had such monitoring visits that were conducted in 2020, 815, 677 among them in order to review the conditional implementation for the pandemic-related constraints, medical assistance, social distancing, individual protection means, communication with the outer world. The results of such visits are reflected in a special report for the extraordinary situation on the pandemic of COVID-19. In closing, I would like to say that under the pandemic, the human rights status is deteriorating. We can see the continuous growth of the number of such reports and the results of our monitoring. So the executive bodies of power have to increase the internal control over observance of human rights. We have to review a whole set of regulations which are in the way of proper implementation of human rights. In 2020, the committees of the Parliament and the central agencies of executive power received 1,832 items on request of the Commissioner to provide for observance of human rights from the beginning of this 750 positions. That positions should be taken on board, and that will, as I see it, provide for better protection of human rights and minimize the irregularities and violations. Thank you very much. Have a fruitful conference. Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. The report 245 recommendations for 2020 alone. These can serve as a subject matter for a specific conference dedicated just to that. I would like to thank all the panelists. It's not just an opening, it's already essential. To Valery, there's a short question whether you somehow publish your reports as an open source, and after that we'll switch to the essential part of our discussion. Yes, of course. All our reports of audits can be seen at the site of the accounting chamber. And we have already provided by the 1st of May the annual report to the Parliament on the part of the accounting chamber. We have our reports available electronically through the QR code. You can do that. And as a spoiler, I can announce that we have this very short, brief version or extract from the report of the accounting chamber for 2020. The site, using the QR code, you can do that. Some of reports are confidential, most of them are not, but all the ones published there are not confidential. So we will expect the presentation. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite our speakers to start the discussion. The panelists are participating offline. It's very pleasant to discuss some positive things. And there's the parliamentary oversight practice in Ukraine and success stories, not just in Ukraine, but we'll discuss our international experts' vision and the standards they would like to represent. I'm not staying here alone. Lona Khmelova, one of the speakers, the rest of them will participate offline. The first speaker is Igor Zhdanov, member of Ukrainian Parliament of the 8th Parliament, Minister of Youth and Sport in 2014-2019. And today he is manager of Model Committee Initiative of USAID RADA program. So I would like you to observe the timelines because we are already far behind our schedule. So I'll try to be very brief indeed and continue saying that the parliamentary control or oversight cannot be overstated as a function. We talked to experts of Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and on numerous occasions they mentioned that for the British Parliament this function is much more important than the legislative one. In our situation, unfortunately, it is not so, but with the adoption of the new law, I believe and hope that the quality of parliamentary oversight over the executive power bodies of executive power will be substantially increased. Now about some things concerning the political situation. For the first time in our political history, we have the Mona majority, not a coalition, and secondly, the political leader of this coalition is President of Ukraine. This is also unique. The political leader of this movement, the political party, also President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky. And we have to take this into account when we think about the parliamentary control, the improvement or deterioration of the quality. And in addition to the political circumstances, there are some societal circumstances. The pandemic, for example, the new form of parliamentary control online. And this is our opportunity for many citizens to be present at the committee meetings, the parliamentary committee meetings, the institutional foundation for the parliamentary oversight, because you can attend their meetings online. You can see the questions asked, the answers provided, because not all the citizens can physically attend such committees. The committees actually work on the draft laws, and they can call upon heads of the central agencies for reporting. And the opposition's role is very important. I agree with the Vice Speaker, Madam Vice Speaker, Olena Kondratyuk, on the role of the opposition for such control. I'd like to emphasize that the parliamentary control ideally should be objective, because you see, from our parliamentary history, we all know very well that sometimes, or often, this is already an established Ukrainian tradition with very few exceptions. We have the ad hoc investigations commissions for PR purposes, not for the objective investigation.
I think it hurts the parliament, it hurts the opposition, and it hurts all political forces, because it all is perceived as a political PR rather than the attempt to solve the questions and to help do something. I think in our activity we have to try to implement what the evaluation mission led by Pat Cox had recommended, in particular in line with the resolution of the Parliament of Ukraine regarding internal reform and boosting capacity of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. We need to rely on international experience. And setting the tone of this discussion, I request our colleagues who will speak next to focus on the issues, as already mentioned. Of course, that has not been set as an exhaustive list. But we need to focus on what best practices have to be borrowed by Ukraine. Second is, what challenges are we faced with while we are advocating for boosting the parliamentary oversight function, and what challenges we have in the exercise of the parliamentary oversight. And the last thing are stories which were not successful, not success stories, but failures. Thank you for your attention. I do hope for a fruitful discussion, and thank you once again for having invited me to this conference. Thank you very much, Ihor, and thank you for your questions. Indeed, they are very important questions for our discussion today. However, I would like to take one of your quotes. Sometimes ad hoc commissions are created exclusively for PR purposes rather than for parliamentary oversight purposes. And our next speaker, Ivan Kruko, member of the Ukrainian Parliament, chairman of the Temporary Commission of Inquiry, first deputy chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine Committee on Budget. Mr. Ivan will share with us the experience of activity of the Commission. He shared, which actually did respond to one of the main questions about success stories. You raised the point about success stories. It is my great pleasure to give floor over to Mr. Ivan Krylko, and I regret that you are unable to participate in person, but you are online. Thank you very much, dear Olena. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to participate in the conference moderated by Miss Olena Sotnik. I believe Olena Sotnik is one of the brightest MPs of the Parliament of the previous convocation, previous electoral cycle. I would like to focus on three parts pertaining to parliamentary oversight. The first two parts are more or less successful cases. And the third point is what I would like to turn into a success story in the future. The first message I would like to stress is pertaining to the accounting chamber. We have already heard the head of accounting chamber speaking, Mr. Valery Patskan, the parliament of the previous convocation. I was in charge of the subcommittee responsible for relations with the accounting chamber. At that period of time, we were actually doing the reform of the accounting chamber using this subcommittee. And to illustrate the success in our activity, we have managed to adopt a new version of the law. President initiated the draft law, and 80% of the draft law was modified prior to the second reading. And in fact, we provided the accounting chamber with quite robust powers and functions. Of course, it can be improved further, but as of now, the accounting chamber is quite an independent body. Its powers have changed significantly. The accounting chamber has become a more public, more open body. We can trace down that through reviewing their reports. And it is important to mention that the accounting chamber has got a lot of functions to be able to conduct a full-fledged audit of all expenditures of budget funds. That is why on the 2nd of July, back in 2015, the new law on the accounting chamber came into force. We have conducted the first contest for job applicants to become members, staff members of the accounting chambers, whereas earlier the head of the accounting chamber would staff the team. Now the head of the accounting chamber is elected through the members of the accounting chambers by the Parliament of Ukraine, and in this way he or she has no direct influence onto staffing the accounting chamber. And in this way, we can certainly see that this has become a more collegial body able to conduct audit and present the results of their audit at the meetings of the accounting chamber. The second result, the second accomplishment which I would like to present to you is ad hoc investigative commissions of the Verkhovna Rada. That is one of the core functions of the parliament, for the parliament not to only adopt the laws which are to be implemented and applied, but for the parliament to be able to monitor the implementation of the laws and the public opinion about the law implementation in the conditions of a mono majority in the parliament, when the presidential political party had formed the majority in the parliament, which is not the classical model of a parliamentary presidential republic, but essentially that has been the choice of the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian voters at the recent election. But to provide for the parliamentary oversight function, I think it is one of the core possibilities for the parliament to control the executive power branch, as well as it is a good opportunity for the opposition to create ad hoc temporary commissions on a range of issues which are the most urgent for the public. I would like to note that the parliament back in December 2019 had adopted the law on temporary commissions of the Verkhovna Rada. This draft law has had a difficult history going through the parliament and parliamentary committees considering it. In the parliament of this convocation, it has been voted into law and became effective. This law provides the temporary commissions with extended powers in terms of their right to demand information, get access to the information, as well as involve external experts in the issues which the temporary commission may investigate. And the temporary Commission may demand the presence at the temporary commission hearings of any executive power body representative or law enforcer, if necessary. In addition to it, temporary commissions were granted with the power to demand any materials which are available in executive power bodies pertaining to the question being considered by the temporary commission. The commission which I chaired worked to verify the data contained in the statement by the former Finance Minister Igor Umansky, directed at stressing the failure of the Ukrainian state to receive revenues in the form of tax revenues. Yulia Tymoshenko and her faction initiated the creation of this temporary commission, and I was elected its third chairperson, and that has been the first temporary commission created in the parliament following the adoption of the law on temporary commissions. I would like to underscore that there is a widely spread opinion in Ukraine, and political experts and various analysts spread this message that temporary commissions are ineffective in Ukraine. That may happen too, but the efficiency of temporary commission depends on the its goal. What I lack as the chairman of the temporary commission to implement, I wish we could implement the provision of the law. The law provides a temporary commission with the right to create its own secretariat. When we talk not about VAT refund and the tax revenues, issues pertaining to the activities of the fiscal service and the customs agency, all the work we did was due to the efforts of several aides which I had as an MP and several volunteers. The provision of the law on temporary investigative commission to the right to form a professional secretariat. This provision of the law has not been implemented yet. However, it would help us to have due capacity to implement our tasks. At the same time, to give you an example of success stories in the activities of the Temporary Investigative Commission, we have requested the State Fiscal Service to grant us with access to the tax revenue data using their electronic system. And this system allows us to trace down everything that is happening with tax notes, tax declarations, for us to be able to see risk transactions at risk, and enterprises at risk, all the information that can serve us and make us able to make our statements and our findings on a permanent basis. As the chairman of the temporary commission, I requested the State Fiscal Service to provide us with such access, and no other controlling body, controlling institution ever had such an access. And we were provided with this access, and that allowed us to conduct such a comprehensive review of the situation and fake transactions with the VAT and the great amounts that the state budget fails to receive. The same situation, a similar situation was observed with the foreign currency revenues. I do not even talk about unpaid taxes. Money that was taken out of Ukraine and sent to offshore accounts. Another question which we paid our attention to is illegal VAT refund. As of the last year, the total amount of illegal VAT refund equals to 2 billion hryvnias, but it is up to law enforcers to investigate all those transactions. I would like to stress that it's due to the latest law on the temporary commissions we obtained greater powers and functions which allowed us to be more efficient. Recently, when we submitted the report on activities of the temporary commission, the previous report was actually approved by more than the constitutional majority of members of parliament. And so we presented the report about all kinds of frauds with the VAT and enterprises which represent the risk. And we started receiving inquiries requesting us to assist those enterprises in settling their cases. And we had several questions how we justified our findings, and we are able, using the database we have access to prove how the enterprise was working, the dynamics of their transactions, and that has been quite objective information. And I can prove every part of the information we included into our report. Another success story, a joy and success story, which is tangible. That is our activity and work with the fiscal service database. We paid attention to one part of this database. We found an error, computing error or programming error. I do not know if it was intentional or unintentional error, but nevertheless, it allowed enterprises to avoid paying VAT, whereas the database did not did not put a red flag to such transaction because of that error. Thus, we have addressed the State Fiscal Service with the suggestion to correct that mistake. And you know what the result of our activity was? The amount of VAT revenues coming to this state budget grew by 40 million hryvnias. Imagine the accumulative amount of VAT which was not received by the state budget due to that error in the system. All questions with the fake transactions with the VAT and all illegal transactions and illegal import and export of goods through the customs office, all those issues are now being considered by the National Security and Defense Council. I would not talk about the sanctions imposed by the National Security and Defense Council, but if temporary, all in all, what I would like to stress is that should the temporary investigative commission raise an issue to the top level, it would make all executive power bodies more responsible in tackling that issue and trying to find a solution. And that is why I could conclude that the temporary investigative commission, which I chaired, which raised one of the very important problem issues, such as the state budget revenues, it worked quite well, but I would like to spread our good practice so that we continue and other commissions continue, and we hope we can continue and implement all the things we planned for. And the third point, that is the activity of the parliamentary opposition, whereas the first two points which I raised can be exercised through the accounting chamber and the temporary investigative commission. The opposition could actually exercise oversight over the activity of the ruling party and the majority in the parliament. I think it is necessary to bring back the provisions on the opposition oversight to the law. The opposition should have the real tools and should have powers to exercise oversight over the majority in the parliament, as well as oversight through the passage of the draft law through different stages of consideration by the parliament. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this discussion, and I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much, dear Ivan. I fully support what you mentioned. I also had experience of work in the temporary investigative commission. I also processed a great deal of information, and I do believe that the question of creation of secretariats for temporary commissions is very important. I think it is in the best interest of the parliament to initiate this question and advocate for creation of secretariats for temporary commissions as soon as possible. I wish you to be able to continue your successful work, and also it is important to stress that the law enforcers should consider those cases and eliminate the practice which is very negative for Ukraine, and I think it will be part of the challenge for the parliament. What actually is going to happen next with the findings of your temporary commission, how to best exercise the parliamentary oversight. Now we are coming to the next speaker, Mr. Dainius Žalimas, President of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania. We will discuss the constitutional standards for the parliamentary oversight in Lithuania. And coming back to the question raised by Ihor Ždanov about best practices of foreign countries in the exercise of the parliamentary oversight, I think Mr. Žalimas would be able to elaborate on it. What can we borrow from the experience of Lithuania? I ask you to follow our time limit of 7 minutes. Thank you.
Constitutional Court also a number of times stated that it's pluralistic parliamentary democracy. That means, of course, what has been touched before my presentation, that the rights of opposition to be represented in all parliamentary structures should be respected, strictly observed. And the Constitutional Court of Lithuania once even had the case when the representative of the opposition in the Special Investigation Commission has been dismissed without any reasonable ground. And this dismissal has been recognized as unconstitutional since it does not comply with the requirements of parliamentary pluralistic democracy. Just to add, the parliament in the Republic of Lithuania is the sole representative of the people. It's not the president who is representing the people. Only the members of the parliament under the constitution are representatives of the people. So, of course, naturally, they do possess all the classical parliamentary functions, including that of parliamentary oversight. And first of all, this parliamentary oversight is exercised with regard to the activities of the government. That is natural because the government is formed on the confidence, expressing the confidence by the parliamentary majority. With all the classical forms, I don't think I need to explore on them. And of course, the parliament can express non-confidence both in the government as a whole and in separate ministers and the prime minister. But there are also other state institutions, if they are established under law by the parliament, and if their heads are appointed by the parliament, then of course the parliament also exercises parliamentary control. And for example, just recently, it dismissed the head of the Genocide Research Center, which is established by law. And the head was accountable to the parliament, therefore the parliament just expressed non-confidence. But I would like to emphasize here that there are certain institutions with regard to which the parliamentary oversight is limited. And this is the first difference, I think, from Ukraine. I mean, such institutions like the Prosecutor General, like the State Audit Office or Accounts Chamber, I don't know what's better to translate, like National Bank, they are institutions which should be independent under the constitution, and that is also well-established case law of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, but they are independent by nature of their functions. The parliament cannot dictate the daily activities neither of National Bank, nor of Prosecutor General, nor of the State Audit Office, although, of course, their heads are appointed by the parliament. Therefore, they can and they do have the duty to report to the parliament about their activities. But even in case of negative assessment of their activities, the parliament cannot express any non-confidence in them, and therefore they cannot be dismissed simply by political reasons. They can be dismissed only on constitutionally justifiable grounds, such as commission of a crime, or serious breach of their integrity. And that's the first point, because I remember that there are a number of prosecutors generals who have been dismissed by the Ukrainian parliament. And one more important institution with regard to which the parliamentary oversight is very limited, that is the national broadcaster, or national television and radio. And the Constitutional Court here also had a very important case when it recognized unconstitutional the Special Parliamentary Investigation Commission, which had the task to examine administrative and financial activities of a national broadcaster. And here the Constitutional Court regarded this kind of commission with its very establishment as interference into editorial and institutional independence of national broadcaster, which is not allowed by the Constitution. We know about the freedom of mass media, and even national broadcaster should be independent from any political interference. And therefore, the Constitutional Court just stated that as regards administrative and financial activities of a national broadcaster, they cannot be controlled by the same independent bodies, but not by the parliament itself, by the same independent bodies. I mean, for example, by the law enforcement bodies, or by the State Audit Office, which is more appropriate in that case. And the last point The Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania has very exhaustive and rich case law jurisprudence on special investigation parliamentary commissions of special investigation, and just main points to mention what are criteria for their activities under the Constitution. So first of all, they can be established only to examine the issues that are of national importance. Of national importance, not of local importance, not administrative or, I don't know, financial details of activities of our state's institutions. And the Constitutional Court clearly emphasized that the Parliament cannot take the direct management over our state institutions. It cannot interfere into the settlement of concrete administrative and financial issues. So these issues should be really of national importance. For example, we had special parliamentary commissions on the so-called shadow influence to Lithuanian politics by oligarch structures, as it was defined, or on the activities of intelligence services with regards to identification of the threats to national security. Then also the special parliamentary commissions, they are seen as being subsidiary measures of control. It means, first of all, that parliamentary oversight should be carried out by regular committees, by regular commissions, not by ad hoc special investigation commissions. So they should be established only in case when, for example, the subject matter is broader than the competence of certain regular or permanent parliamentary committee. Special investigation commissions should rely also, what means also subsidiarity, that they should rely on the activities of other state institutions and should rely on their materials. The next important also point to underline that the special investigation commission should have clearly, sufficiently defined tasks. Why I'm emphasizing that? Because just last year, the Constitutional Court recognized one special investigation commission as unconstitutional because its task was defined so broadly that was impossible to carry out. I mean, the task to examine all the political process during the last decade in Lithuania. It's impossible for any parliamentary structure thing, especially for ad hoc parliamentary committee, and therefore the examination of the subject matter became quite selective, and politically motivated rather than objective. And the last point, of course, in Lithuania, the outcomes or the conclusions of the special parliamentary commission should be approved by the parliament. And here is also the requirement of responsible governance, and that includes the requirement to observe the constitution. And once the Lithuanian Constitutional Court also declared unconstitutional conclusions of one special investigation commission, because it did contain such proposals that by content was contrary to the constitution. So, and no amendments to the constitution was proposed together. So the conclusions of the special parliamentary committee should also be in line with the constitution. Otherwise, they can be recognized unconstitutional. That is also important to have in mind. So thank you very much. This finished my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Zalimas. If I can, just because you mentioned several very interesting
Ви згадали декілька
parliamentary control. If I can ask you shortly, just two questions. First of all, I wanted to ask you about this limits of the independence and reasonable control, because we know that according to the general idea, the parliamentary oversight, it should cover all institutions, because it is about human rights, it is about efficiency of executive bodies, it is about fulfillment of the obligations, budgetary obligations, and it is of course about laws and implementing the laws which Parliament passed. So how do you think, in case of maybe Lithuania, because in Ukraine it's different, but what is the balance between this like independence of institutions and reasonable control of the institutions? And the second question about, of course, especially special commissions. You've been mentioning a lot about the process and, of course, the conclusions which should be passed through the parliaments. But what about implementation of these conclusions and control on behalf of the parliament? Do you have any special, I don't know, tools or ways how to control this and how to check if these conclusions been fulfilled by the executive power? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start from the second question. Actually, yes, that is the point that I deliberately missed, just to save the time, but the implementation of the conclusions of the Special Parliamentary Commission, once they are approved by the Parliament, first of all, it depends on the Parliament itself. I mean, first of all, they can be implemented through legislative measures. And as regards other institutions, like the executive, of course, excluding the president is not accountable to the parliament. So all other state institutions, and excluding judiciary, of course, judiciary is, I think, without any doubt, independent institution. So they should consider the conclusions of the parliament and should report to the parliament how they are implemented. And then the ordinary mechanism can be applied of the same parliamentary control, how to supervise whether certain executive institution implemented certain recommendations of the Special Investigation Committee or not. So that is the answer to the second question. As regards the first question, I think, you know, the issues of reasonable limits and it belongs from case to case. I mean, when the Lithuanian Constitutional Court had certain cases, it was evident that in certain cases these reasonable limits had been overstepped by the Parliament. I mean, when it established, I mentioned already, the Special Investigation Commission with the task which is impossible to carry out, to examine all the political processes, and therefore it started to examine the issues sensitive only to the opposition. That's not surprise, I think, yes, because it's a political body. Of course, its unconstitutionality was evident from the very beginning. Then to speak about what does it mean not to take over the management of the concrete institutions? Really, I mean, appointment of certain officials inside the institutions, it's the responsibility under the Constitution and under the laws of the respective heads of the institutions, not of the Parliament. So maybe the Parliament can see something, but no more. It cannot force any head of institution to fire, for example, certain staff, or to I don't know, whatever. And with regard to independent institutions, you know, there are certain institutions. I think even in the Ukrainian constitution, if to read it, maybe you lack certain jurisprudence from the Constitutional Court. But the Prosecutor General should be independent from any political pressure. That means that no confidence in Prosecutor General shouldn't be possible. That is very clear. Because if we have the Prosecutor General, which is totally dependent on the parliamentary majority, then with high doubts, let's say, about the independence of any investigation in cases. That is very clear. That was the standing point of the Lithuanian Constitutional Court, because previously it was established in the Lithuanian legislation that the parliament can express non-confidence and to dismiss the prosecutor general once the parliament assesses its report in negative way. But what does it mean to assess the report of a prosecutor general in negative way? You know, it can be simply for...
Yeah, it's very general.
So that is the reason why the Constitutional Court clearly provided that the prosecutor general, of course, he or she should report to the parliament about what is going on in his or her field of activities, but he or she can be dismissed only on constitutionally justifiable grounds. That means for the commission of, I don't know, offense, breach of integrity, but not just motivating by political reasons that he or she does not satisfy political majority in the parliament.
Thank you, Danius. Thank you so much. And we will move on to the next speaker.
We are moving to the next speaker, Sven Zivken, political scientist, professor for government and policy research, Halle-Wittenberg, Martin Luther University in Germany. I ask you, Sven, to follow with our time limit, maximum 7 minutes. Over to you, Sven.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I've done a lot of research about parliamentary control, specifically of the German Bundestag, and so I want to share some of the findings here and also talk about how they might be helping to compare parliaments and to develop parliaments globally. Starting with the question, what exactly is it that we're talking about? We've used the term oversight. We also hear the term scrutiny. We hear the term control. I use the term control, and I think it is a broader focus that we sometimes need to put, because control comprises both. It comprises the steering, the direction giving by Parliament to the executive action, ex ante, and it also comprises the scrutinizing afterwards. What happened, were the targets achieved, how were they achieved? And so these two dimensions are important in order to understand control, because it's both. And the majority and the opposition, which have been mentioned by a number of speakers here, they play different roles in this, especially in a parliamentary system. Often we do not see the influence that the majority plays because it's behind the scenes in the ex ante dimension of steering, of co-steering policy, while the opposition activity is quite visible, but often it doesn't have a strong immediate effect because it has to go through public criticism and thereby influence policy indirectly. And so if we have these two dimensions, I think this already helps a little bit forward to understand what we're talking about. So what I say is that parliamentary control means to determine, to influence, and to check the actions of the executive. And that may be with direct or with indirect sanctions. There are a number of instruments, and quite a few of them have been mentioned. Let me just briefly share my screen here. I hope this works. No, I cannot share the screen for technical reasons. Okay, then I will just talk about it without the screen sharing. So there's a big number of I see there has been some changes now. Maybe we can do it now. Yes. Sorry for the delay. Okay. This is now, I hope, visible, and this shows the various instruments of parliamentary control by the German Bundestag. And they are in these different dimensions. They can be in advance, the co-steering dimensions. They can be the checks, ex post dimensions, but they can also be accompanying dimensions. So throughout the political process, control is exercised. And how exactly these different dimensions and different instruments look like is different from country to country, from parliament to parliament. We have heard about the committees of inquiry quite a lot. In many countries, the questioning tools, interpellation tools are very important. The committees have been mentioned. So there's a big variation in how exactly these tools exist, and also the next step, how they are used, because these are two different things. One is the institution, and the other one is the practice. And we have to think of both of them together if we want to understand the effectiveness of oversight. Looking at the institutions alone is never sufficient. This has already been mentioned by speakers before. And so what I tried to do in this study of the German Bundestag is to devise a system where I can try to get the strength of parliamentary control by bringing together different dimensions. One is the sanctioning potential of each of these tools. The other one is the symbolic effects. And this has been mentioned before. Sometimes oversight tools are used for PR effects by the opposition. But this is also legitimate. This is a legitimate use because it's symbolic. And if the opposition has to go, as I said, in order to be effective with their oversight through the public, then they need to also have the symbolic use. And the stronger the symbolic use and potential of such a tool is, the more influential it can be. This doesn't mean that every PR stunt is legitimate, of course, but I'm just saying it's also not completely out of the picture to think about it as symbolic uses. And then another important thing, and that's even harder to measure, is anticipation. The German sociologist Max Weber, whom some might have heard about, has said this is the most important thing. It's like a big sword that is only shown, that is not used. This is anticipation, and this applies to all the tools, especially the strong, effective tools. They may be even stronger if they are used less frequently, because you can threaten them, threaten their use. And then, of course, the factual use is also important. So what I've done, and you see it in these different graphs here, is to map the German Bundestag and the development according to these dimensions, bring them together. And what you see from the 1950s through the 1970s, 1990s, and 2010 then is actually an expansion of the oversight capacity. This kind of approach could also be used for comparing different parliaments with each other. Let me just mention two more things. One is that what we see when we look at the institutions in the way that I have just suggested and described is only the tip of the iceberg, because underneath the water is a lot more going on in terms of interaction between, and this particularly refers to what I mentioned earlier, what's going on within the majority, within the parliamentary majority. A lot of dialogue on the level of policy speakers, on the level of rapporteurs, direct contacts with executive agencies, personal networks, interaction in committees. And so this is the final slide. We can think of oversight, we can think of control as a stair set of escalation, where a lot of it is going on these bottom stairs in terms of effective influence by parliament. And it works because you have the next step that you can always go to. If you don't get the answers in direct context, you can threaten to go through a formal interpellation. If you don't get the answer that you need in the formal interpellation, you can still threaten to have a committee of inquiry.
Sven, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have 1 minute. I would love to talk with you for hours. It's very interesting what you are talking about, but please, because we are limit of time, can you
Yes,
conclude?
and
Thank you.
this is exactly my plan. I just wanted to do some advertising for our upcoming book about parliamentary committees in the policy process. And I thank you very much for the invitation and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. I hope that we would have chance to discuss in details, because the practice of Bundestag, I think it is one of the best practices for Ukrainian parliament. And smoothly moving on to the last speaker, Ілона Хмельова, якраз наша експертка з правових.
We shall move to the next speaker, Ms. Ilona Khmelova, legal expert of the USAID RADA program, PhD in international law. And I believe Ilona will be able to tell in a very comprehensive way about the parliamentary oversight of the Ukrainian parliament.
And I will go in to speak about three topics. First of all, I would like to explain why parliamentary oversight is important for the democracy of Ukraine. Then I will speak about some success stories, because yes, Ukraine has the success stories. And then I'll try to make several recommendations. So first of all, why the oversight is important? Oversight is important because it's all about the democracy and it's all about the checks and balances. Because when there is no oversight, there is no democracy, and there is a lack of checks and balances, there is abuse of power. When there is abuse of power, there is chaos in the public administration, and so people don't have trust in public institutions. And when there are no trust in public institutions, we even can talk about the failed state. So I think that parliamentary oversight is much more important than it's usually understood in Ukraine, because it's traditionally underestimated. And also the parliamentary oversight, even when it's estimated well enough, we usually understand it not very systematically. So when we speak about the oversight, we usually speak about different documents, for example, reports. We speak about the inquiries, we speak about appeals, but almost nobody understands that oversight is a daily process. And here I want to make an analogy with international law. The ICJ, International Court of Justice, once had the first female chairperson, Rosalind Higgins, and she made a very interesting definition of international laws. She said that international law is not a set of rules, but it's an ongoing process. So it's a decision-making process which is conducted every day. The same must be said about the parliamentary oversight in order for it to be very efficient. So it's not about reports, it's not about the appeals which are made by the MPs. It's about the daily work of every MP, and every MP must understand that it's his or her very important responsibility. The other thing that the Constitutional Court of Ukraine also declares that the oversight is one of the tools by which the citizens conduct their rights. Some rights, even the participation in the administration of public affairs, are conducted by means of parliamentary oversight. And this means that oversight is very important. So what are the success stories of Ukraine? I think that we have at least two success stories. The first success story was mentioned today many times, is the new law on oversight. And it's very important that it was adopted by the constitutional majority of votes. So we saw that all MPs, independent of their political parties, supported that idea, and they understood that it was very, very important. On the other hand, we have another story which is connected with this situation. This law was signed by the president with a delay. So in violation of the constitution, it was not signed within the 15 days. And it's very strange, of course, but it also shows another truth about the oversight. Presidents are not interested in parliamentary oversight, and this is also the reason why parliamentary oversight is even more important. The other success story of Ukrainian parliament is the ability of MPs to unify in some very hard conditions. A good example is the Revolution of Dignity, when the parliament stopped the use of force and also deprived the president of the powers. Of course, the decisions of the parliament and the parliamentary oversight was made a little bit late, but still the parliament preserved the statehood in that very hard period. So we can say that parliamentary oversight is not held on the day-to-day basis. but still it is very efficient when the people of Ukraine really need it. And so what can be the recommendations? My first recommendations is to have in mind the recommendations from the European Parliament mission. For example, their recommendation number 14, wherein there is a recommendation to create some content and some approaches, general approaches for all the reports from the ministries. Now we have these reports, but these reports are of very, very low quality. Of course, we can find them, we can read them, we can see some information there, but this information can say us almost nothing. This recommendation is very, very important. On the other hand, I also think that as we are working on the e-Parliament, some electronic tools may be used, so we can create some portal for these reports wherein they will be published in a very useful way for all citizens. Because now I don't think the citizens even can find all the reports and not only read them, but just find them. And my other recommendation is post-legislative scrutiny. I think that some speakers mentioned this topic as well, but the post-legislative scrutiny is a very big problem for Ukraine because Ukrainian parliament often believes that when the law is adopted, everything has been done. So we have the law and the MPs mustn't do nothing more. But still, it's very important to monitor the implementation of the law. And a very good example from the international practice is Congressional Review Act, wherein it is stated that the Senate and the Parliament can see how the laws are implemented, and also they can stop from the implementations some acts of the executives which are not very good concerning several the laws. This instrument, I think, can be used in Ukraine to make our PLS better. And like general recommendation, I would like to quote Winston Churchill, who said that when we have 10,000 regulations, we destroy any trust in law. So this is what we have in Ukraine. When we speak about better parliamentary oversight, everybody says that we have to make new laws, we have to create some new regulations, but the answer is that practice is much more important. We have a lot of very good laws, but they are not implemented well by the MPs. And no law will make MPs more independent of if he or she wants to be dependent on financial groups or on his or her party. And I also believe that practice is very important because the practice shows us which problems we do have. Because some laws cannot be implemented. For example, a good but very negative example of Ukraine is the procedure of impeachment. So we know that this procedure exists in the constitution. And now we even have the law on which prescribes a very detailed procedure. But I think that every citizen here knows that impeachment will never be implemented. Yes, we say that impossible is nothing, but if impossible is nothing, the impeachment is still impossible in Ukraine. So I believe that to make the oversight more and more efficient, maybe we even have to change some constitutional framework which will help us to make the system more efficient and more working for every citizen. Because to finish, I would like also to quote Edmund Burke, who was a very famous British politician, and he once said that a parliament is not a congress of the ambassadors with hostile and different interests. So I also want to say that parliamentary oversight is not the oversight conducted by each MP with different interests. It's the oversight which is conducted on behalf of the Ukrainian people. And when we understand this idea, the oversight will be very efficient and it will be conducted for the better of every citizen.
Дуже дякую, Ілона. Підсумовуючи
Thank you very much, Ilona. Summarizing this panel, I would like to say that we have indeed to implement the laws, to observe them, and it's not just the legislative function that is the key function for the parliament. The parliamentary oversight is a key for effectiveness of any parliament and the government for the better, for the sake of the citizens. Thank you very much, and let's switch to our next panel.
very nicely the speaker has just mentioned. My name is Franklin de Vries. I'm the Senior Governance Advisor at the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, which is the UK government's institution supporting the democratic processes worldwide. I'm joined today by Dr. Maria Musmuti, who is a lecturer at the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies at the University of London, and who is the Executive Director of the Centre for European Constitutional Law in Greece. So, and Dr. Maria Musmuti will speak specifically how we can bring a gender dimension to the legislative evaluation. In my own contribution today, I will talk about how parliaments in different European countries organize post-legislative scrutiny, or PLS. So starting my own presentation here, I want to open with this quote by a member of the UK House of Lords, who is redefining what is a successful parliament. So he says that public's expectations of parliament's success is evolving from getting laws adopted to ensuring that laws are brought into effect and their implementation as an input. So a successful parliament is not just a parliament which adopts many laws, but also a parliament which can assess to what extent these laws have an effect, a parliament that has the information and the focus to evaluate law implementation. Now, why do we talk about post-legislative scrutiny? Because law implementation is complex. It does not happen automatically. Implementation of legislation depends on a number of issues which I have listed here on this slide. And so what we are saying is that Parliament has a responsibility to monitor that legislation is implemented as intended and has the expected effect. Now, what is post-legislative scrutiny? So post-legislative scrutiny is part of the legislative cycle and increasingly a new dimension of the oversight role of Parliament. And PLS has two main dimensions: evaluating the enactment of the law and looking at the impact of the legislation. And so here on the screen, I've listed some of the key questions to be answered under both dimensions of post-legislative. And so today, now I want to talk about a couple of European countries where PLS is happening and what we can learn from it. And the first country I want to talk about is the UK, where all committees may conduct post-legislative scrutiny, and they do so as part of their regular oversight work. So, and in addition of that, there is also a specific system of post-legislative scrutiny in the UK. And that means that it starts from a government memorandum on the implementation of legislation 3 years after the law has been adopted. And then this implementation report, this memorandum, is sent to the Parliament. And then reviewing this information, the committees will then decide whether a further inquiry is needed or not. So that's what's happening in the House of Commons. In the House of Lords, they are not the standing committees, but they create a temporary committee specifically formed to conduct post-legislative scrutiny of a piece of legislation. Now, what is interesting is that each PLS inquiry results in a report with specific findings and recommendations. But the report is not the end. The government is required to respond to the report within 2 months to explain if it agrees or disagrees with the finding and recommendations and why. So the government response is then also debated in Parliament. So each PLS inquiry leads to a real parliamentary debate. Now, an interesting example is the Equality Act of 2010, where the House of Lords created a special committee that did a call for information. They had 244 written responses. They had 13 public hearings with 53 stakeholders, resulting in this comprehensive report, which you see here. So in the UK, the scrutiny is quite systematic, meaning that almost all acts receive an assessment memorandum from the government, and then some of them get a further in-depth review. So that is the system in the UK. When we look also to, for instance, Germany, the ex-post evaluation of the impact of legislation is a distinctive feature of the German system. So the Bundestag engages in PLS through governmental scrutiny, but also by looking at the evaluation reports it receives, for instance, from the Federal Statistical Office, the National Regulatory Reform Council, the Court of Auditors, and the Commissioner for Economic Efficiency. So that are the basis of information for the Bundestag. What is interesting is that in the last couple of years, they have also started to build their own expertise on impact assessment through the Research Service, the Office of Technology Assessment, and a Parliamentary Advisory Council on Sustainable Development. So PLS is becoming like the M&E, the monitoring and evaluation of the outcome of the parliamentary work in general. When we look at France, we have some more specific features. First of all, post-legislative scrutiny is a constitutional task for the Parliament, and it also covers the both dimensions, verification of the legal enactment and the impact assessment. Now, what is specific for France is that there is a close link between evaluation of public policies and the ex-post budget control. So that means that the French Parliament is specifically interested in the question, what is the result of implementation of legislation or non-implementation on the budget? How much revenues does it cost? How much revenues does it create? And so these scrutiny reports are then also submitted to a Conference of Presidents and are part of a dialogue with the government. Interestingly, also Moldova has established an interesting methodology on post-legislative scrutiny 3 years ago. The key to this is that they conduct a legal evaluation of legislation 1 year after the entry into force of the law, and an impact assessment by some of these legislations 3 years after the entry into force of the legislation, based on a methodology which has been adopted by the government. Another interesting example is Georgia. In Georgia, Georgia is actually quite an early front-runner in post-legislative scrutiny. Two committees, the Healthcare Committee and the Environmental Protection Committee, have played a key role in post-legislative scrutiny, and the Environmental Committee was chaired by Mr. Kuchava at the time. Now he has recently been elected the President of the Parliament of Georgia, and so we can expect him to further institutionalize PLS in the Georgian Parliament. He has visited Kiev and the Rada in December 2019 to share his experience on PLS, and I believe some of you also have met him on that occasion. So here we have actually a picture from that visit to Kiev. So what have we learned so far? We see that PLS is not a luxury good beyond the reach of newer parliaments. Parliaments at various stages of institutional development have undertaken PLS successfully, and it is also undertaken in a wide variety of ways. There is not one right way to do it. It can be conducted in various ways. So the critical question is then, of course, for any parliament, not just whether to undertake post-legislative scrutiny, but how. And so to conclude my introduction, these were the main issues I wanted to share with you. Now, if you want to delve into this further, I have a very specific suggestion for you. We are organizing an online advanced course on post-legislative scrutiny in July, 2 hours every Monday and Friday in July. And so if there are any of the current participants or any MPs which are interested in joining this advanced course and they have the time to do so, you can register yourself here via this link, but you can also contact our country representative, Halina, for further follow-up, and Halina can also be reached through conference organizers. Now, this course is co-organized with the Institute for Advanced Legal Studies of the University of London, and the driving force behind this course is with us today. So Maria Mazmuti will be speaking to us now. She is very knowledgeable on all aspects of legislative scrutiny and quality of legislation. And today she will speak to us about why PLS is a very interesting instrument for a gender review of the impact of legislation. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hello to everyone. It's a big pleasure and an honor to be here with you. Thank you, Franklin, for this excellent introduction. So I guess what I want to add to Franklin's presentation of how post-legislative scrutiny can be used as an oversight tool is to show that it is not just an oversight tool in order to monitor the working of legislation. So what legislation, how legislation has worked, what has not worked, and how we can correct it. But that we can also use it in order to monitor broader aspects, more horizontal aspects, which are linked to legislation and governmental policies. And these might include, indicatively, but not only these, gender equality, diversity and inclusivity, or sustainable development. So I guess my main point is that post-legislative scrutiny is a flexible oversight tool that can be used for many purposes. But one very important purpose is to look at how legislation affects people of different genders. So what this does is that you do not need a distinct scrutiny, but you can add a layer of scrutiny on gender perspectives in post-legislative scrutiny that is already taking place. So instead of learning just how the law works, you can also find out how it works for men and women and other population groups, and what kind of achievements or impacts we've had, wanted or unwanted. And then, of course, try to find out which is the best way to correct them. Adding a gender dimension to post-legislative scrutiny is, I think, a very important key. It's a key issue for its success. And let me give you just one example that comes from Ireland, where they set up an apprenticeship and traineeship scheme. And only when the Parliament scrutinized how this scheme was actually being implemented, they found out that the main beneficiaries had only been men. So they found that while something was set up for everyone, people of specific age groups, in fact, just one sex had benefited from it. So they tried to look deeper into why this was happening, and they found out that this was due to the fact that the apprenticeships were linked to specific professions that men were most prone to select, that there was a lack of connection to affordable childcare, and that some eligibility criteria were incompatible with family obligations, which meant that, in fact, women were disproportionately affected. They were not able to participate to a greater percentage compared to men. This is not what the scheme was set up for. So the recommendations of the Parliament were that change had to be initiated in order for this situation to be reversed. So this is one of the reasons and one example of how the gender dimension is relevant to legislation and to the scrutiny of legislation, and how PLS can help us improve the impact of and the effectiveness of our laws. And I guess I would go straight to the point here. You might be lingering in the back of your head. Does this make a difference? Is it worth pursuing? And here I can only say a big yes. And I can say that post-legislative scrutiny can trigger different types of change. So legislative policy change and institutional change. And I will give you just 3 examples. First one comes from Canada, where the Committee on the Status of Women looked into the representation of women in politics. And they looked at how many women were elected at different levels of government. And they came up with a finding, which is really very interesting, that even though they have been doing better than ever before, they still have not reached the 30% threshold that the UN, the United Nations recommend. And this is Canada. So what this committee is suggesting is that they come up with a finding, and then they show the way of how, what kind of problems might be in the way and how these can be corrected. And this, in my mind, is an invaluable contribution to not just to the improvement of a current situation of representation of men, women, or any gender that is underrepresented, but also in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Another example comes from a completely different geographical region from Brazil, where a review of the law on violence against women led not just to legislative change, so feminicide was added in the criminal code, but also to the establishment of a specialized committee within the Congress in order to monitor and follow up on the phenomenon in the years to come. And last but not least, again, from a completely different geographical region, from Australia, the review of the Sex Discrimination Act led to a number of legislative changes, both at federal level and in the Australian states. Community groups were using this report, the post-legislative scrutiny report, for advocacy. The commissioner used this to introduce new strategies and recommendations, and the Productivity Commission initiated, on the basis of this report, a new scheme. So I think, or I hope, that this has been, even though it's very short, that I've managed to convince you that it's worth thinking about it, it's worth undertaking. Post-legislative scrutiny is a very useful tool in itself. Oversight, specifically when it comes to legislation, it can inform us on what works, what doesn't work, on achievements and failures. And gender-sensitive PLS adds another layer of analysis that can go even deeper and that can give us a more nuanced understanding of reality, because reality at the end of the day is nuanced. So that's all from me. I would like to add to what Franklin said about our course. You are most welcome. It will be a month during which we will have the opportunity to discuss not just different aspects of post-legislative scrutiny, but also its relevant in different thematic areas. And we're really very much looking forward to that and hope that you will be part of this exercise. So Franklin, over to you.
Very much, Maria, for this very timely contribution and very focused contribution as well. I'm sure that this will be of interest to the attendees, to the participants to this conference. I know that the conference has been a little bit behind schedule, so I'm checking if there are any questions coming in. I'm sure also people can send questions or comments or feedback to to us, the speakers, or to our organizations through the organizers, the RADA project, or also directly if that is preferred. And if there are no direct questions for any of us, I would like to thank everyone for joining us this afternoon, and hope to meet at the next occasion, online or hopefully in Kiev again. Thank you very much. So I hand over to our next panel.
Шановні колеги,
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We continue this marathon, and we are really behind the schedule. By now, all the people who subscribed to this and joined our conference on and offline, of course, this Friday afternoon seems to be ruined, but we made this arrangement with the panelists that we are going to be very rigorous in observing the timelines and stick to the point. And so our next presenter is head of the accounting chamber of Ukraine, Valery Patskan, and Igor Molotov, member of Ukrainian Parliament, chairperson of the Subcommittee on State Financial Oversight. You can understand from this arrangement that we are going to talk money here. And in fact, money, property, well, touch upon the essence of the parliamentary oversight. It appeared actually because people were really concerned. They didn't want any kind of power to steal their money. It is a persistent concern, of course, for all the times and all the states. So this is about control. This is about oversight. So we have to keep an eye on the public funds, And let's start with the pandemic. It's not just about the parliament being effective and how effective it might be to control the public spendings, but whether the pattern has changed during the pandemic, maybe people steal more, or we can keep our watch better over the funds. So let me approach Valery Patskan with this question. I know that you have an educational video for everyone to view.
First of all, good day, dear colleagues. I promised to present a video on the activity of the accounting chamber back in 2020. I would like to show you this video and be very precise.
Працюємо далі. Ми змусимо чиновників ефективно витрачати кошти українців. Не існує державних грошей, є гроші платників податків.
Я хотів, щоб ви побачили нашу роботу, тому що безпосередньо парламентський контроль – це від
Oversight, and what the accounting chamber is actually doing is the oversight over the spending of the public money. This year we have made a report thing which has never been done since the proclamation of independence of Ukraine. Audit of the Verkhovna Rada, audit of the State Security Service, audit of spending of COVID fund, and the greatest accomplishment of the accounting chamber is that every time when making a budget, we are able to identify funds which could be better used for the benefits of Ukrainians. Back in the last year, we have identified 20.6 million hryvnias, which could be redirected to fight COVID. Our function and our goal is to identify failures in the use of funds and the way how the civil servants use our funds. I keep on saying that there is no state money. There is money of taxpayers. Each of us is paying a portion of our income, our salary to finance civil servants to make sure they are working to the best interests of the Ukrainian nation. I would like to show you what we did in line with COVID fund and monitoring the use of COVID fund. On our website, we have the dashboard and the support from the civil society. We have created this dashboard which allows us to trace down the use of every hryvnia spent to fight COVID. As of 1st of January 2021, the dashboard contained information about 367 transactions to the amount of 105 million hryvnias. And we find cases when in the Volhynia region the respirators are procured at the price of about 118 hryvnias per unit, whereas in the eastern regions of Ukraine the same item is purchased at the price of 160 hryvnias. So is it effective use of funds? We are monitoring questions. Are healthcare workers being paid bonuses? How the personal protective equipment is being procured? Whether the hospitals have sufficient supply of oxygen and how much money was spent on it. Using our dashboard, we can trace down that, for example, Ivanivka village or village in any region of Ukraine, how much money they spent on fighting COVID. Things which are necessary for Ukrainians. We don't want to make a mere statement, but we want to ensure that the accounting chamber operates in the best interest of the Ukrainian nation to ensure the parliamentary oversight over the spending of the taxpayers' money. I have a brief question to you for our viewers to understand. Under conditions of the pandemic, do we see new trends, like more trends to abuse the public money, or perhaps the opposite trend? People perhaps are more careful with spending taxpayers' money. What did you see in the accounting chamber, or perhaps you don't have the information, general information yet? Taking into account the audits which we conducted last year, we can state that some portions of funding were not used in the best way, not in the frugal way, or in a violation of the law. That was related to the pandemic, of course, because fiscal bodies could not perform their job, their functions during the first months of the pandemic, fighting COVID. It was difficult to audit the transactions, and now I'm trying to make sure our auditors can work in the fields and do the field work to verify documents to support spending. I think in September and October we will be able to present the results of our audit of the use of COVID fund. Why are we talking about September and October? Because we would like to cover as many regions, as many executive power bodies or government bodies as possible to show who was earning money during the pandemic, who was earning money on Ukrainians. The similar question would go to Mr. Ihor. Mr. Valery says that the accounting chamber noticed that in the conditions of pandemic, people could not visit offices and visit companies and institutions to audit the information on spending. Similar question goes to Mr. Ihor. What did the committee observe? Were you able to exercise your oversight function in the conditions of the pandemic? Good day. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to join this discussion. I will present myself briefly. I am Ihor Molotok from Sumy region. I have 9-year experience of work in the budget committee. I am the chairperson of the subcommittee of the State Financial Oversight and Activity of the Accounting Chamber. If we talk about the pandemic actually altered the life of all of us, including the activity of the parliamentary committees. The Cabinet of Ministers allowed us to determine the list of procurement items for procurement, which should not be subject of the control and should not be subject to tender procurement. On the one hand, it gave us possibility to effectively procure drugs to allow to help people. On the other hand, it opens the door to abuses, and that is why the activity of the accounting chamber and the audits which we were seeing following the procurement transactions allow us to be able to discuss the results of our findings at the meetings of the subcommittee. When we interact with the accounting chamber, we would invite representatives of the accounting chamber and representatives of the ministries and MPs from other committees and we discuss. Based on the results of our discussions, we come up with a verdict or resolution pointing out two drawbacks which the accounting chamber would identify. And that has proven to be so efficient, so that ministries and some ministers are able to see the errors and the mistakes made by their relevant departments. In line with your idea, I followed the experience of many parliaments and MPs. Sometimes they might feel very frustrated in the conditions of the pandemic. Sometimes the parliament would not be able to have a sitting and to control what the executive power bodies are doing, whereas the executive power bodies had to make decisions very quickly to simplify some of the procedures to make sure necessary procurement is organized. For me, it is interesting to find out how the Ukrainian MPs were going through this process. Did you conduct negotiations with each other? How did you do that? Over the last year, almost 50% of the subcommittees and part of the meetings of the budgetary committee were held online in an online format. First of all, that has been safe. Secondly, the efficiency of the decisions that were made in that way, it has no negative impact over parliamentary oversight. And besides, we all missed our work, and we all want to continue our work and stay at our homes across the country. We were still able to effectively work. But did you have problem with getting access to the information which you needed for your work? We are working, at least subcommittee, which I'm in charge of. We work with the reports presented by the accounting chamber. Such a question as the audit of the use of funds by the Prosecutor General's office or Healthcare Ministry, we are checking if the money use was effective or abuses. We are monitoring abuses identified by the accounting chamber, and we work with them, we take them further, take all those cases further, and that helps us to eliminate the abuses in the future. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to suggest that we discuss briefly lessons learned and review what we can take with us into the future. What is our takeout. You presented the dashboard today, which allows us to trace down the procurement and spending in each of the communities. We hope that the pandemic is over soon, will be over soon. Are you going to be using the same tools beyond the pandemic? What things you would like to take out with you into the normal life? Each experience makes us wiser, but still we have to carry on. I wish this digitization trend and the digitization that is happening across the country is brought to an entirely new level. Once we're able to operate with electronic signatures in a full-fledged way, and once the accounting chamber gets access to all the data, it will be much easier for all of us to conduct such audits and inform the society. Are we going to continue the use of dashboards? Yes, for sure. For ordinary citizens, it becomes much more clear. If he or she wants to verify some information about their amalgamated territorial community, they are able to see that immediately. They don't have to wait. They might see the answer to their question right away. Formation of the budget for local communities, that is another question.
Чути, все гарно працює. Пане Дмитро, вітаю вас. Ми вас тут якраз...
Activities of various government bodies. We are in negotiations with our international partners, and perhaps we should hold online trainings. We conduct negotiations with the Association of Cities to make sure to inform them that we are ready to assist them when we are meeting with the ministers. I keep on telling them, don't look at me as your enemy. We are your partner, and we try to assist you in making sure you spend your funds as efficiently as possible so that you can avoid any prosecution in the future. And such practices, of course, we shall carry on, and we shall take them with us into the future. And we have capacity in the accounting chamber. We have territorial regional offices. We have capacity to provide explanations. Another question: a shortage of communication during the pandemic did lead to growing demand to the attention from the side of the accounting chamber. Although it may sound ironic, but still people may require assistance and support. Do you feel that people are more eager to communicate with you? Clearly, yes, we feel this desire of the people to communicate with us, but also the more clear your messages addressed to the people are, the greater understanding people have about the use of funds, about the parliamentary oversight. And though I don't like this expression very much, a lot of we discussed a lot of times parliamentary oversight. I call it control by Ukrainians through their elected representative over the use of their money. And we have a lot of views on our websites and a lot of followers at our pages, our accounts, and we understand that the society, that the public are interested in our information. I used to be an MP 2 terms. I served as an MP 2 terms. But for me, it was difficult to understand what the accounting chamber meant at that time. Over the last couple of years, we became more recognizable, which is good news. One set of data, when I became the head of the accounting chamber, the number of mentions of the accounting chamber in the press was about 2,000, whereas currently the amount of mentions about the accounting chamber ranges between 20,000 to 50,000. It's a good sign. Coming back to the experience of the pandemic and in line with what we discussed with Mr. Valeri, parliamentary oversight as control exercised by the people through their representatives over the use of their funds, their money. Accounting chamber stresses the importance of this definition. It is taxpayers' money. State has no money. It's taxpayers' money. Using the experience of the pandemic and online meetings of the committees and the experience of the parliamentary oversight, as you mentioned, you served a member of the budgetary committee in the parliament. How would you describe it? What you think should be changed in the procedures, perhaps procedures of the budgetary process or procedures of interaction of the committees with the accounting chamber to make sure that people through you could have a better position to control how their money is used? First of all, we all are willing to do everything possible to stop the pandemic as soon as possible so that we come back to our normal life. However, the pandemic is adjusting our life, of course, and our reality. As a member of parliament with a certain experience, I would like to say that our meetings in an online format are more frequent than our offline meetings. We are more efficient using the email. Information exchange is instant. Should we have a problem, we meet online immediately and we solve our questions. I would like to mention about the activity of the accounting chamber as a person who is very serious about it, a person working in the budget committee. Every year, in the end of the year, we are making the budget for the next year. That is a very large document that governs the activities of all our nation. But then we are coming back and we have about two coming back to inquiries about redistribution of budget funds. Redistribution of budget funds is a shameful practice to change decisions about assignments, about assignations and allocations of the budget funds. I think we should do away with this practice because this is a wrongful practice to form the budget in this way. And we are assisted by the accounting chamber in that respect, and I think the level of trust in the accounting chamber over the last years has grown, and now the society is aware of the accounting chamber. We see statistics about that, and we see how much money, people's money, was found in the wrong places by the accounting chamber, and it's nothing to do with the General Prosecutor's Office or the CSC or the Parliament, and it is a very good thing. And the last thing I would like to mention, the report by the state, the report on the use of the state budget funds. The accounting chamber is working on it right now. That is another indicator of the activities of the parliament and of the government. One comment, yes, please make a comment, but I give you 1 minute each and your final remarks. I would like to continue with the same idea as expressed by my dear colleague from the parliament. Over 3,000 changes or redistribution of funds from one category of spending into another category of spending. And this is a sure way to steal the money. As of today, dozens of budgetary programs have not been approved. The programs that should have been financed starting from January, at this point, we are not certain yet if those money will ever reach its destination, but it is a sign that this budgetary program will not be performed as it has been planned, which means that the money is spent for other purposes, not to the original purpose of the spending. I would like all Ukrainians to understand that we, the accounting chamber, are very open to discuss any report, any action we take. And I want to make sure that Ukrainians can rely on us in the exercise of the effective monitoring over the use of their money. Parliamentary oversight, parliamentary control. We don't like this expression. We believe we should say it's controlled by Ukrainians over the use of their money through their elected representatives. And your last minute for your final remarks. We would like to introduce the practice so that not only MPs can address the accounting chamber, but people, citizens, people having seen the abuses and the frauds, they should be able to address the accounting chamber, signaling about the wrongful use of taxpayers' money. I thank you very much for this discussion. I think it has been a very practically oriented discussion. And now I would like to address a suggestion to Mr. Victor Lach and all of you. It seems to me we have heard brilliant ideas how we can develop our activity, how we can take it further. Experience we all obtained during the COVID times, use of digital tools, electronic tools, it's very important. But we should be mindful of better planning of the budget, because we should be mindful and should be striving to achieve better, more efficient use of people's money. I hope we can continue this discussion in a not too distant future. Thank you for your moderation. Thank you all partners from USAID who have joined this discussion. Thank you very much. We shall continue our discussion today, and I have a pleasure to work with our international experts now.
Absolutely pleased to introduce Elena Griglio, senior parliamentary official of the Italian Senate and adjunct professor of Lewis University, and Rebecca Gordon, Westminster Foundation for Democracy Research Fellow in Leadership and for Inclusive and Democratic Politics at the University of Birmingham. Do you hear me? Are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. I have shared my video, but I can't see me. I don't know if you see me. The video is on.
No video, no.
It's activated on my laptop. I don't know if you can see me. I'm trying to do it again. I don't know if it's working.
Yep. Yelena,
I accepted the invitation to activate the video. So, I mean,
you have technical issues. Can somebody help me? Yelena, would you mind if we start with Rebecca and then we will proceed with you because we have some technical issues, so we have to fix them.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Rebecca, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us. I saw your fascinating research on exactly on the COVID experience in the parliamentary oversight. So I believe you are ready to share with us the major findings of your research and the recommendations probably that you observed from this experience.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here and participate in this conference. So as we've heard already so far during the day about the kind of important role of legislatures in performing oversight and scrutiny of the actions, initiatives and policies of governments, particularly during crises. And one of the big challenges, obviously, during moments of crisis are that legislatures are bypassed by presidents and prime ministers as they prioritize a rapid response. And so COVID-19 has really brought a number of challenges to the ability of legislatures to scrutinize the government. And so in order to explore this in more detail, our research wanted to really look at the ways in which legislative oversight have been enacted, and we focused on the first 6 months of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we were wanting to ask, what role have legislatures played in responding to COVID-19, particularly in scrutinizing government's actions? What have been the main enablers and barriers to effective legislative scrutiny, and how are these been affected by COVID? And also, which legislative actors have been most involved in responding to COVID-19, and what kinds of legislative leadership have been most effective? So in order to look at the response of parliaments, we developed a tracker which focused on 65 countries, or the responses in 65 countries. And we selected these countries to try and provide as representative a sample as possible from each continent based on population size, pre-existing democracy scores, and also VDEM's pandemic backsliding risk index. And so using all these a number of different sources, so from pre-existing COVID-19 democracy trackers, from legislatures' websites, as well as media sources, we compiled information on 3 different indicators, which I'll now speak about the discussion, the findings of. So analysis from our tracker found that many legislatures continue to sit during the first phase of the pandemic. So as you can see from the graph on the top left, 52% of legislatures carried on sitting regularly during the first 6 months, and 35% sat irregularly between the 1st of March and the 1st of June 2020. And the main reason why this was able to happen was a range of innovative approaches were taken in order to enable legislatures to continue to function, mostly through the quick adoption of new or existing technology. However, 12% of legislatures within our sample had extremely limited or no sittings during this time period. And in some cases, this was because legislatures weren't sitting due to reasons that weren't initially related to COVID-19, so scheduled recesses or elections. So one example of this was North Macedonia, where the Assembly had voted to dissolve on the 16th of February, so before the kind of crisis really kind of came into effect in that country, and scheduled elections for the 12th of April. But due to the kind of changing nature of the virus, the elections had to be postponed, and so the legislature weren't able to sit until the 4th of August. In terms of our second indicator, which looked at whether legislatures had oversight of the executive's initial response to the crisis, so this was whether they had the ability to vote on emergency legislation or on the invocation of a state of emergency, whether they had the opportunity to amend or adapt existing laws that the government was planning to use. And we found that the majority of legislators had some oversight of the executive's initial response. So 69% of legislatures overall had this opportunity. And this was one of the reasons why this was kind of slightly higher than some other studies have found, was because we also included legislatures that had had the ability to bring in legislation related to other factors of the COVID-19 crisis. So emergency budget responses or emergency legislation to support those on low or insecure incomes at this time. However, in spite of the majority having some form of legislative oversight, we also found that there was no legislative oversight during the first 2 months of the crisis, either on the emergency legislation or on any kind of emergency economic response in nearly a third of legislatures in our sample. And finally, we looked at ongoing oversight opportunities in the first 6 months, so from 1st of April to the 1st of September. So this was either the ability of legislatures to vote on extensions to emergencies or emergency legislation, the fact that whether the executive had to report to the legislature on their response to the pandemic, or the formation of specific committees providing formal monitoring of the response or oversight. And 77% of legislatures had very clear ongoing opportunities for oversight. However, there were 23% of legislatures in our sample where there were really limited or no opportunities for ongoing scrutiny of government policy, which suggests that in many cases there has been, or was in that first 6 months, quite limited accountability of the government response. And this was obviously in spite of the fact that initial government responses were rarely fully successful in containing the crisis. And from analysis of this data, we found that there are two different explanations for this variation in response. The first was around technology. So the real disruptive impact of COVID-19 in low technology legislatures where parliaments weren't able to adapt to meet online, or where they already had regulations or legislation that required their meetings to be held in person. But the majority of the cases related to the pre-existing strength of democratic institutions, or the pre-existing effectiveness of Parliament and how able it was to have oversight on government policies. So generally, lower responses or lower scores on these three indicators reflected lower parliamentary effectiveness scores prior to the pandemic. In addition to this tracker and this information, we also decided to conduct 3 in-depth case studies in Brazil, Nepal, and Ukraine to explore the role of parliamentary leadership and how it was exercised in more depth during this first 6-month period. And we found that really parliamentarians had a really important role to play in responding to COVID-19, in particular where there was a lack of government action. So the Brazilian Congress were influential in voting for mandatory mask wearing in public. And in many cases, they also mobilized for the long-term development of legislation needed to challenge, to face some of those challenges that COVID-19 was bringing, such as economic subsidies for those in insecure or vulnerable employment. One of the other things we found was that legislative committees in particular played a really important role, and particularly when they were established and they had a specific mandate or focus on looking at COVID-19 response. And part of the reasons legislative committees were able to be a really effective form of oversight during COVID was they were more flexible in being able to adapt to the physical restrictions. They're slightly smaller, they were more able to meet online or socially distanced and in person. However, in some of the case study countries, there were a number of really significant challenges to parliamentary oversight. So in Nepal, parliamentary plenary sessions were reduced, Parliament dissolved, And there were some committee meetings that were being held, although they had to be held in person in order to be official. And so without these plenary sessions and with limited committee sessions, parliamentarians in Nepal who didn't have a pre-existing role on these committees ended up with no formal opportunity for scrutiny. So in spite of the fact that many of them spoke out on social media, this led to a really individualized response from legislators rather than coordinated action and making use of the legislative structures that actually weren't available during that first 6 months. In addition, one of the challenges was the type of legislation that was invoked or used by the government in responding to the crisis. So we found that generally executives that introduced states of emergencies or relied on existing legislation tended to face lower levels of scrutiny than those who introduced new legislation that specifically dealt with COVID-19. So for example, in Nepal, again, although they could have introduced a state of emergency, which would have given sweeping powers to the government, they actually invoked pre-existing legislation, the Infectious Diseases Act, which also gave the government broad powers and to take indeterminate necessary action. And there were no formal legislative oversight mechanisms for how this legislation was being utilised. Our final finding in terms of the way in which parliamentary leadership and oversight was affected was that time pressures and the need to take decisions quickly and via these new digital processes led to much more streamlined debates, which had two important consequences. So even in countries where legislators remained very active, the opportunities for leadership over oversight and scrutiny were very much concentrated in the hands of those already in leadership positions, such as party leaders. And secondly, it also meant that legislators heard evidence from and engaged with a much narrower group of experts, advisors, or concerned parties, such as civil society groups or citizens. And as a result, these parliamentary processes tended to be less participatory and less inclusive. From this research overall, then, there are two things that were really clear. Firstly, that parliaments had a really important role to play in holding the government to account during crises, but also that there need to be better systems in place to ensure that they're able to hear from local leaders and multiple groups as part of this process. And there were 5 key things that we think that would be really important for parliaments to focus on in being able to continue their oversight processes in future emergencies. Firstly, the importance of technology, so investing in digital communications to enable legislatures to really easily adapt and continue operating, but also technology that specifically focuses on inclusivity, how to facilitate consultative sessions with experts in civil society, for example. Secondly, regulations. So in many cases, parliaments weren't able to provide their oversight role because of regulations around how legislators had to sit in person. And so these really need to be reviewed and updated in order to adapt to some of these challenges. Thirdly, the committee system was a kind of key mode of parliamentary scrutiny in a number of the contexts we looked at. And so generally, committees need to be supported and strengthened. So expanding the administrative support they have and the resources and the expertise available to them. In particular, we found that during this research, crisis committees that had a specific mandate to look at COVID-19 response with kind of dedicated senior leadership and established protocols for accessing independent expertise and information were really important. And so preparing for these in advance and having these processes set up would be really helpful. And then just finally, funding. So the kind of importance of funding these processes within the parliamentary infrastructures was really important, ensuring that continued oversight could happen during the crisis.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you. I would just encourage us to be more strict in our time, because I would like to have a little bit of interaction, not only presentation, even though they are really fascinating. I would like to have a little bit of debates. So now it's a turn for Yelena I presume that you also have a presentation or video, yeah?
No, I don't have presentation actually, just a few points that I'd like to discuss with you. Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very glad to be here to speak about parliamentary oversight, which has been my topic of research in the last 7 years. And I think that this is undoubtedly a pivotal issue for representative democracy, because as the Interparliamentary Union correctly stated, oversight is the marker of Parliament's relevance in the 21st century. So I will continue Rebecca's discussion about parliamentary oversight on the pandemic in a comparative perspective. And I would like to stress from the beginning that not just in Europe, but worldwide, the pandemic has emphasized and accelerated some processes in the rebalancing of the executive-legislative relationship that were already underway. Parliaments have been marginalized in their lawmaking power, which was confined in scope and room for maneuver. And yet, parliaments have tried to compensate this loss of power to the oversight function as a means to influence executive decision-making, both ex ante and ex post, by asking the government to give count to the decisions taken and the results achieved. And Sven this morning before has already highlighted the two dimensions of ex ante and ex post oversight. And I think that this has represented a common answer in many parliaments. Many parliaments have shifted the focus of their activity from lawmaking to oversight. But of course, this general trend shows significant variations from one national experience to the other. And it also shows variations in the 14 months of the pandemic. Because if we focus the attention on mainstream answer by parliaments in Europe, we see that in the first waves of the pandemic, the main concern from parliaments was providing continuity to essential business. Parliaments had to rethink the rules on plenary and committee sessions, reorganizing them virtually or in presence. And in the field of oversight, parliaments prioritized those procedures which were more feasible in terms of logistical arrangement. Just to make some examples, parliaments have granted full continuity to fact-finding and gathering of evidence, especially in committee, by making use of remote sessions and digital tools. They have encouraged government statements and statements with debate in the plenary in order to support an open confrontation on main anti-pandemic trends. By contrast, at least in the first wave, we saw a less intense use of oversight tools that involve a vote, which were reserved to the very fundamental decisions, such as the prorogation of the state of emergency. Well, with the beginning of the second wave of the pandemic, the institutional environment for parliamentary oversight completely changes. We see a sort of return to normality, a return to plenary and deliberative procedures. And on the whole, we see a renewed interest on oversight mechanisms as a means used by parliaments to demonstrate that they would no longer be tolerant towards quick decision-making and bypassing of the legislature. So they have used the oversight function to react to executive dominance. And this has led to the identification of new trends and new fields for parliamentary oversight. And I would briefly like to point at three main trends. First of all, some parliaments have activated new mechanisms of parliamentary oversight, enabling the parliament to scrutinize the anti-COVID measures adopted through secondary legislation to statutory instruments, which were often published at short notice. Second, in the second wave of the pandemic, parliaments have intensified the production of spatial oversight reports, often drafted by special committees on different aspects of the COVID outbreak. They have adopted proactive initiatives to scrutinize scientific advice supporting the adoption of restrictive measures or vaccination campaigns. And this is a means for providing transparency and involvement of public opinion, because as we heard before, oversight is on behalf of the people. And third, parliaments have activated the oversight machinery to try to capture the fundamental directions of the decisions to be adopted by the governments on key aspects of the economic recovery, on the spending of special financial heads, on the reforms included in the plans of future. And in Europe, we see examples of this in the national scrutiny of the EU recovery package and related pandemic recovery and resilience plans. So coming to some preliminary conclusions, I think that especially in the second wave of the pandemic, we see parliaments sharing a common desire to defend their prerogatives by means of the oversight function. However, parliaments have not always been able to activate effective procedures which combined, at least politically, the executive. Only those parliaments with a solid oversight tradition and machinery have demonstrated that under certain conditions, the oversight function can be a powerful tool for representative democracy. So there have been significant novelties in the tools and the fields of parliamentary oversight, but probably this has not been enough to compensate for the loss of decision-making power experienced in the regulation of fundamental liberties and in the definition of strategic economic choices. Because as Sven before was arguing, in terms of assertiveness, the oversight of the executive is rarely able to provide parliaments with the capacities to exercise what we can define a hard power, which is the power to self-determine the outcome of decision-making. And this is true especially in parliamentary forms of government. However, the oversight function enables parliament to exercise a soft power, an influence toward the executive, which does not result in an immediate outcome in terms of policy answer, but can turn out to be a powerful instrument if connected to the use of media and of the communicative function of representative assemblies. And I would stop here and would love to answer to some questions.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, for both of those presentations. And I have the question from myself, and the question that I think that you've probably been wondering, both of you, Rebecca and Elena. And I don't know whether we have an answer, but we've been discussing this here in the course of this conference with the MPs, how the parliaments actually will look like after the pandemic. And you've been researching and discussing, observing, researching, discussing a lot in your publications and in your today's presentation. But what would be your estimation? What of those, adaptive practices, I would say, of the parliaments would become the new reality, and what probably the parliaments would try to to redo in the other way. So, for example, I do agree that the parliaments they lack this, probably they feel the lack of the decisive authority they have just to react. But in fact, whether they will adapt to this or they will fight for this function, because each of their probably generation adds something to the practices of the parliamentary oversight. So what would be the future of this parliamentary oversight because of the experience of the pandemic? Maybe Elena first and then Rebecca.
Sorry. I have two answers to your questions. First of all, I think that parliaments will need to learn how to use digital tools. Of course, digital tools are an opportunity, but these are not an answer to Parliament's needs. I mean, it's a neutral instrument, I would say. You can use it in a good way, but you can use it also very badly. So, I mean, you have to care for the relationship between majority and opposition. You need to look after inclusiveness. So I think that parliaments need to study how digital use can be used to implement their functions. And this will take time, I think. I mean, we have used digitalization in an exceptional situation, but moving the use of digital tools in ordinary times, we will require further analysis and further examination. And the second consideration is for the use of expertise, because I think that parliamentary oversight really relies on the use of expertise. I mean, parliaments need to rely on independent reports to promote the right of political critique, I would say. So MPs need to rely on parliamentary staff, parliamentary administration, which can draft reliable reports, independent reports, also on the use of financial resources. And this is another main trend that I can see. And I really hope that parliaments will see in the use of a parliamentary administration, but also independent authorities, I would say, an opportunity for, enhancing the role towards this directive.
Thank you very much. Rebecca, what would be your estimation?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think Elena has provided two really, really important kind of ideas for that, and I would echo her perspective. But I think from our research, you know, that moving to digital technology and what it can offer, it was overwhelmingly spoken as having a number of opportunities. But in our research, because we saw the real challenges in the two areas, so the concentration of leadership in oversight, so either because digital processes don't allow as much informal networking, so those who are not in those kind of decision-making seats, the heads of committee or not in certain committees, may not always have access to the information that's needed to continue and provide that oversight. So I think in order to respond to that challenge, one of the really important shifts that parliaments need to make is to think about information sharing and transparency in a different way during this kind of switch to digital technology. So how parliamentarians who aren't part of these kind of direct oversight processes, say in dedicated legislative committees, can have access to that information. And also really thinking about, as Elena said, with the access to experts, but also about that kind of public participation in the process and how their perspective can be more inclusively brought in. In many ways, the digital technology provides the ability to connect with many more citizens than would be possible at open and in-person public hearings, but it needs to be really carefully considered about how to integrate that within the legislative processes.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. And I have one more question to Elena, please. Also, I was wondering, and I believe that you have good observation on this, how this whole situation will impact the process of scrutiny. So, in particular, the time, because we all understand that the time per se is, and the process per se, is part of the quality of the scrutiny. And I understand that a lot of parliaments, they had to react rapidly to a lot of things in the scrutiny of COVID times. Well, do you see the trends here?
So I think that MPs should learn how to make best use of the oversight tools available. Because if you think that Q&A, for instance, are an immediate oversight tool, and MPs can use Q&A quite effectively to ask immediate questions to ministers, to prime ministers, and to bind them, also to bind them, not just to ask questions, but also to bind them. And this does not require much time. I mean, it's immediate. I mean, there's a topical issue, and MPs ask members of the government to answer to the question, but also to make a statement. And statements followed by debates and followed by the voter resolutions can be fast-tracked oversight procedures, which can be very effective. But then there are also other oversight tools which are more time-requiring, which do require an analysis, which do require the drafting of reports, the collection of evidence, the connection with citizens. So it really depends on which is the final outcome. If it's just asking the government to make a statement on what's going on, then Q&A and statements on the floor are fine. But if you want to look more carefully to how public money is spent, for instance, of how laws are implemented by the executive, then you need more time, then you need to rely on expertise, to rely on digital tools to connect with citizens. It's completely a different process. So, and I think that Sven's overview of the different oversight tools and how they can bind the executive can give you also an idea of on the connection with time. It's obvious that some tools are more time requiring than others.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, Elena. And I have my final question addressed to Rebecca, also partially echoing this issue. So you mentioned in your recommendations the regulations that should be revised, the regulation in particular of the parliamentary and I believe the committee sitting. Do you have specific things in mind? So what kind of regulations those would mean?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think this really comes from one of the key challenges we noticed when we saw that parliaments weren't sitting regularly during the first 6 months. It was largely as a result of kind of either barriers related to access to technology, or it was because there were specific regulations in place that specified that the parliament had to meet in person, or that committee meetings had to be held in person to be legal and for their findings then to be able to be taken forward. So this was particularly a challenge in our case study in Nepal, where parliamentary committees were meeting online, but they weren't official meetings, and they were really struggling to get some of those recommendations, some of their oversight practices put into place as a result. So I think looking at those regulations that specify for in-person meetings or for committees to take place in certain or specific ways, it kind of needs to be reflected on and adapted to be able to kind of address these sorts of crises. So either enabling or having regulations that committees can move to alternative locations, or that they can function in slightly different ways, have different formats would be really important. And also kind of, I think particularly around that kind of use of technology, some of the parliaments had a very slow process in using technology even when it was available, because of regulations that said that the parliamentary sittings had to be happening in the parliament, for example. So I think in many cases those have been adapted now, but sort of rereading and looking at the regulations of parliament with that in mind, with the potential crises that maybe could happen in the future or challenges to oversight, would be a really important area to focus on.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you once again, Yelena. Those were wonderful presentations and your observations. I was so much interested. I would love to continue in the discussion for hours. Unfortunately, we have to interrupt this session and to proceed with the others, but I believe that we will have more opportunities to discuss, because this is just the beginning of the process of the adaptation of the parliamentary oversight. Thank you once again. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
продовжуємо наш марафон, який присвячений парламенту.
We shall continue our marathon, our conference dedicated to the parliamentary oversight. And now we are going to discuss the Ukrainian experience of the parliament of this current convocation, experience how to improve the parliamentary oversight. The parliamentary oversight is a living creature. It evolves together with the evolution of the society. During the previous panel, we spoke about the pandemic and how it affected the capacity and ability of the parliament to exercise the oversight, and how much the parliaments of the world have adapted to operate in the new conditions. In the same way, each convocation of the Ukrainian parliament and each new generation of the Ukrainian MPs, they are seeing their own strengths and weaknesses, and want to improve certain areas of the parliamentary oversight. And now we're going to discuss this question with three MPs. Serhiy Demchenko, MP of the parliament of the current convocation, and Mr. Pavlo Frolov, who will join us online. In the same way, we will be joined by an MP of the first convocation, Parliament of the first convocation, senior advisor to the USAID RADA program. We shall start with you, Mr. Serhiy. What did the Parliament of this convocation already learn, and what are you seeing as a potential for you to boost your capacity to enhance your functions, to exercise the parliamentary oversight function better, to control use of public money better, to use force and powers? Where do you see the areas for improvement of the parliamentary oversight? Thank you very much for your question and for invitation to participate in this conference. We have sufficient muscles in our body, but we need to use smartly our muscles to ensure not only the process of the control, but also the result. We have adopted the draft law on the parliamentary oversight. You know that it has been supported by the majority of MPs. It has been signed by the chairperson of the parliament, and this draft law serves the purpose to streamline the parliamentary oversight. It has precised the conditions to submit reports, established schedule for submitting reports, but we are far from having a perfect system of the parliamentary oversight. I would like to mention the hierarchy in the parliamentary oversight. There is a law on anti-monopoly committee which prescribes that the anti-monopoly committee is formed upon initiative of the president, and it should report to the parliament. But if you look on the website of the cabinet of ministers, you could see that the anti-monopoly committee is subordinate to the cabinet, and the question arises who they should report to. Is it correct for anti-monopoly committee to report to the parliament without participation of the government? If you take the state border service, the situation is similar, but it's what makes it even worse because there is an interior ministry, and the question arises if it is the powers of the parliament, if each of the bodies have a governing body, and then they may ask a question why we need to report to the parliament. But if we take the Constitution, Article 13 and Article 33, you could clearly see that there are powers for parliamentary oversight. And besides, we as MPs are obliged to monitor and control the activities of the government. And of course, such provisions are in line with the Constitution, and they are available. They are written in the Constitution. Whether other bodies may challenge the legitimacy or reason to report to another body while they have their governing body. What is our vision of this hierarchy? Our vision is that the parliamentary oversight should be exercised not only by the parliament in the plenary session hall by listening to reports, but start the oversight at the level of parliamentary committees. There has been a proposal submitted that each of the committees should be attached to the line ministry, and each of the committees should be responsible for the activity of a particular ministry, and that this committee should have capacity to listen to report by minister, identify problem issues, and come up with their proposals. Later on, it may be considered in the plenary session hall to confirm the findings of the committee or challenge them. But in this way, it may serve the ground for dismissal of the minister should they fail to do their job properly. Thank you very much for your very interesting thoughts. I would like to make sure we're joined by Mr. Frolov. Mr. Pavlov, I hope you heard the opinion of your colleague. Can you please share with us your opinion about the role of the committee and the powers to demand presence of any representative of the government or anybody who the parliament wants to see? If you remember the procedure of impeachment in the US Congress, they called not only all ministers but also ambassadors. I remember meetings of the parliamentary committees attended by not the top officials, not by that is another question. Yes, but it is related to your question. If the committee discusses what decisions minister is supposed to take, and if the meeting is attended by lower ranking employee of the ministry, it is difficult to come up with a solution, but it is up to the parliament to decide on that. We agree that we will have up to 4 minutes to let us time to give us time to discuss. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. Hello, greetings, dear participants and the speakers of this conference. It's a great pleasure to continue this discussion in my report about the problem issues in the exercise of the parliamentary oversight function in the parliamentary committees and factions. I have 14 years of experience of work in the parliament. Prior to becoming elected as an MP, I co-authored a lot of legislative acts and initiatives about reform of the legislative body, such as sanctions to be applied to the MPs for failure to attend the meetings, coping with legislative spam, and the reforms that were already done. The parliament of this convocation has clearly demonstrated a political will to make a change and to improve the quality of the legislation in the best interest of each citizen. However, we have to carry on. And how can we do it? How can we raise the efficiency of the parliamentary oversight? It seems to me that it would make sense to introduce the practice of annual consideration by the parliamentary committees of their reports by the line ministry over the year of their operations. It is necessary to regulate legislatively the duty of the minister to present reports on the annual basis. Besides, we can talk about introducing a vote of no confidence to individual members of the government by 1/5 of the constitutional composition of the parliament. 90 MPs should be provided with the right to initiate the dismissal of individual member of the government. A vote of no confidence may be expressed by 226 votes by majority of MPs, constitutional majority, but to make sure the policy in the relevant sector is implemented in the right way, we should be mindful of importance of that. For Ukraine, it is very important to consider international practices, best practices of connection between the adoption and implementation of a certain law with the question of vote of no confidence to the government, opening the doors to reformating the coalition and even holding a snap election. Parliamentary oversight should include the assessment of efficiency of the laws adopted to ensure the exercise of post-legislative scrutiny function. Institutions should be created to facilitate this function. As of today, this practice has not been spread, and it is important to appoint the body that will be responsible for this type of work so that active citizens and non-governmental organizations can apply and contribute to presenting their evidences as regards implementation of a certain law. This function has to be connected to the function of the parliamentary committee oversight. At the same time, we have to separate between the functions of evaluation of legislation and its implementation. Different officials have to be responsible for such functions, and relevant units should be established within parliamentary committee secretariats. Parliamentary functions, it seems to me that the parliamentary factions and groups have to be involved in the parliamentary oversight function, although they are more concerned about the political side of this process. But the main function of the oversight, the main bulk of the oversight function, shall be performed by the parliamentary committees. Parliamentary committees should play a key role in preparing their reports across the multitude of oversight functions performed by the Parliament. Previous speakers mentioned the concept of the temporary investigative commissions. I believe we should fine-tune the regulations about this tool by granting a priority right to the opposition factions to create such temporary investigative commissions with the power to bring to the plenary session the agenda items to consider urgent questions. Mr. Pavlo, how much time do you need? I'm wrapping up. It is important to enhance institutional capacity of the VRU Secretariat. Currently, there is a small body inside of the Secretariat, the controlling body, which is basically working to address inquiries, and it has no relation to the other aspects of the parliamentary oversight. It seems to me we have to strengthen this unit and provide it with more powers to coordinate secretariats better in the exercise of the oversight function. It would be good to make sure that the professionals of this controlling body, as well as other staffers of the secretariat, could receive a training about the oversight function, and we wish the next chapter or the next stage of the USAID RADA program is dedicated to such training. I'm coming to an end of my comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you. Stay tuned. I want us to have a discussion, but prior to that, I suggest that Mr. Volodymyr shares with us the experience of his work over 9 convocations of the Parliament. I would like us to leave 10 minutes for the discussion. I will start with completely different thing. Yesterday evening, I saw Evelina Svitolina playing with a Spanish tennis player. I saw tennis stadium. It was filled by 10%. 95% of people who were present there were wearing masks. At the same time, I watched football cup in Ternopil, and 95% stadium 95% full, and people overwhelmingly without wearing masks. And this is the shortage of in the exercise of the parliamentary oversight as exercised by means of 2 questions to the government. When we are fighting COVID, it is extremely important to be on the in the preventive mode. Why Avakov is not called in to take measures? Yesterday, former president of the Czech Republic was fined about 3,000 euro fine for appearing in the ceremony of some official ceremony without wearing a mask. This is about hour of questions to the government. Factions are not working properly. Look at how it has been done in the British Parliament. When we have these 30 minutes for questions to the government, there is a brainstorm of majority factions and opposition faction. In addition to it, the government would have a sitting lasting 4 to 6 to 5 hours, trying to predict what kind of questions might be raised. Prime Minister is the one who is responding to the questions. Groisman was the most appropriate equivalent of the British Prime Minister. Groisman responded to 82% of all the questions. I understand he has been working to promote himself. It was his PR campaign, but nevertheless, the public want to have response given by the top official. Thank you. If you allow me to comment, I have a very good question. I think this question may be addressed to both Mr. Serhiy and Mr. Pavlo. Thank you very much for sharing your observations with us, Mr. Vladimir. Indeed, we want to question the person who is the top official. Sometimes we want to ask a question to the Prime Minister or to Minister, or sometimes we want to ask a question who committed an offense while occupying an office in the customs agency, but it is up to MPs to decide who they want to ask your questions to. I would like to ask you a question. Did you consider using tools that would allow you to be more efficient, where changes are necessary, and where can you consolidate efforts to make sure MPs can demand the presence of a person they need? I am a little bit surprised. I don't know what is the problem for MPs to demand the presence of anybody they wish. They don't come, simply don't come. Sometimes they come, but they are not competent person. Sometimes MP may wish to have presence of somebody, but this person is not a competent person to answer the questions. I would like to give you an example. Last year, when Ms. Markarova was the Minister of Finance, she was invited to attend the meeting of our committee on legal policy, and Ms. Makarova failed to attend by explaining that she was attending the meeting of the other parliamentary committee. What should be our reaction? My reaction would be to dismiss this government official once she neglects her duties by cheating. Perhaps she's cheating the entire country. What has happened? Our committee has not responded to it because we are still dependent on the finance ministry in the issues of finance. But it's a very bad action as demonstrated by the minister. When we deal with the Ministry of Justice, they would challenge if we have powers to ask questions. We would say our position corresponds to what the ministry has written, but what is the position of the ministry? Unlike Ms. Markarova, Mr. Maluska attended the meetings of our committee to avoid any difficult situations, but we have to understand the MPs should have the right to demand the presence of a person who is the right person, the right official, but also competent. Thank you very much. I would like thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. I understand and I agree with you that this is a part of independence. MPs should think how they can become more independent, and responsibility of the executive power bodies very good comment about responsibility. A person should be responsible. If a person is not responsible, why should we listen to this person? We should be listening to report and evidence by a competent person and a responsible person. Mr. Pavlo, what can you add to it? We had a discussion with you the other day about enhancing the participation of the parliament in the budgetary process. How can we ensure greater independence of the parliament and greater responsibility of the executive power bodies? As Ms. Vice Speaker has suggested during the discussion, the budget committee should be chaired by the opposition. However, against the backdrop of the Ukrainian reality, the budget committee is the very convenient and valuable tool for the coalition to allocate funding to various budgetary programs. If we give the power to manage this committee to the opposition, it may entirely block the parliamentary oversight, because the spending of the funds will be challenged and undermined. Mr. Kryzhanievsky has commented that Groisman was in the parliament. 82% of questions he was asked, he answered, but it was, of course, his part of his PR campaign. But a person cannot be professional in everything, and each minister is responsible for their line sector. But the question who to demand to be present during the parliament sitting dedicated to questions to the government, it is up to the parliament. Let's think together, let's brainstorm it. Perhaps the tool of questions to the government, we should give more powers to the opposition. When we have a mono majority, other factions would tend to have more questions to the ministries, to the government. 30 to 40% of questions. Opposition should be given power to ask more questions. I agree with that. It seems to me we should think about increasing, expanding this hour of questions to the government and enhance the role of the opposition in agenda setting, who we should request presence of. That shall be person that is demanded by the opposition. In addition to it, I would like to comment another important point. Dismissal of the ministers is happening without them reporting before the parliament what they have managed to achieve and what they have not. Before the minister dismissal, we should have this hearing in the parliament so that the minister can candidly say what, in his or her opinion, should be done to improve the quality of the governance. Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlo. Coming to the end of our discussion, I would like to ask a question. Mr. Vladimir, you provoked this question. You have to respond. I had a presentation, 2 slides, which clearly show that the 8th session of the Parliament, of the 8th convocation, the coalition had 35% of questions. In the Parliament of this convocation, the first and second session, coalition had 12% of questions. This coalition performs, this parliament of this convocation performs this function much better. In the parliament of the UK, there is no hour, not even an hour of questions to the government, but half an hour. And a third point, with Oksana, we watch nice American movies, Godfather and other movies, which show what you talk about. We need to demand the presence of issue subpoena to demand the presence of the government representative, but it should be done within the format of a subcommission. If you remember Nixon and Watergate scandal, it started at a low level, and it seems to me that Mr. Demchenko and myself agree with it. We don't want to there is a Russian proverb, I don't know the analogy in Ukrainian language, that everybody, the general meaning of this proverb is everybody should act within their scope of competences at their level. It seems to me we have highlighted the next set of questions for us to discuss in the future, but it's time for us to wrap up this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Serhiy, Mr. Pavlo, Mr. Vladimir. It seems to me we arrive at a conclusion. That is a question for us. How can we operate so that we establish the subcommittee, and the subcommittee has a power to demand the presence of the minister, and minister is happy to attend the meeting of the subcommittee as he or she has no other option. We have up to 10 subcommittees inside of each committee. If a minister is attending all the meetings, he or she won't have time to do his or her job. Don't worry, American ministers managed to attend the meetings of all subcommittees, and they are coping with it pretty well. It's nevertheless, that is a topic for another discussion, but this is a very interesting topic. Question of the quest. Let's think about it, and let's come back to this discussion. I would like to thank you one more time. And before we proceed to the last session, I suggest we watch a small video.
що ж, ми розпочинаємо нашу завершальну дискусію, присвячену парламентському контролю, і вона буде присвячена, власне, перспективам, інституційним передумовам для створення чогось нового, пошуку чогось нового у парламентському контролі. And today with us, we will have our two international experts, Ben
Сьогодні з
in
нами
Government Organization and Management Executive Branch Operation from Congressional Research Service. We will have Jan Menzer, Policy Advisor at the Bundestag, Lecturer and Associate Fellow at the Institute for Parliamentary Research and the Austria Institute for European and Security Policy, and Alexander Baranyuk, Expert on Parliamentary Oversight of the EU-UNDP Parliamentary Oversight Project. Welcome. I hope you are all successfully connected. Ben, Jan, is everything all right? Very good. I have the confirmation that you are all online. Sorry for being so late. There were so many ideas and thoughts from our participants on the previous panels, and we are a bit interaction up to 3 to 4 minutes, and then we will have at least one course or question and answers would be better too. But this I would with pleasure address to Ben and to listen to learn from your insights with regard to where we can expect to improve the parliamentary oversight, institutional capacity of parliamentary oversight. Please.
Thank you and good evening. And again, thank you for inviting me to participate in this interesting conference today. I'm going to share with you first some of my experience working for Congress at the Congressional Research Service, and then I'm very briefly going to offer up one example of a direction that I see oversight going here at least in the US. For those of you who might be less familiar, the Congressional Research Service, what we call it CRS in most cases, and I will be in my remarks today as well, is essentially Congress's nonpartisan think tank. We are a group of about 700 subject matter experts and other staff who support Congress, its committees, and its members as they fulfill their legislative, representational, and oversight duties here in the United States. While many of us support oversight activities in a variety of forms, there are about 5 analysts, myself included, who really devote a lot of our attention to actively studying various aspects of oversight as it is practiced. Our work at CRS is guided by 5 core values that ensure we provide the best expert service to Congress, and they also set us apart slightly from other expert staff affiliated with member offices and political parties. We do our best to ensure that all of our work is timely, authoritative, nonpartisan, objective, and confidential, so that each member feels that they can freely discuss issues with us and that they will receive our best advice at all times. CRS experts help Congress build institutional capacity by bringing knowledge of past practice and the legislature's authority together with our knowledge of current oversight practice and priorities. I spend most of my time on a day-to-day basis helping members and their staff think creatively about how they can achieve their various goals through the smart use of oversight. At CRS, our experience is that legislators usually know where they want to focus their intention and what is important, and as well as what they hope and intend to accomplish with their oversight, but they don't always know all the tools and techniques that they have at their disposal, or especially just how effective those tools can be with careful planning. By investing in expertise at CRS, Congress is able to have us look to that context for them and to help them build on lessons of past oversight so that they can work smarter, faster, and better. We at CRS provide a variety of services to Congress and its members related to oversight that might be of interest to this audience. We help the staff of committees and of members to develop and implement their oversight plans. We advise on legal issues related to access to information, access to government officials. We help them by reviewing the questions that they might be planning to ask at committee hearings and offer feedback on any draft correspondence or reports that they're preparing for publication on oversight issues. And especially we provide regular training opportunities to both members and to their staffs, again, on how they might conduct their oversight. And again, perhaps most importantly, we're able to take the time to monitor activity across the government, to collect lessons learned that are coming out of a variety of committees, variety of offices, and to understand the overall oversight environment that Congress is operating in, so that they can prepare for the next oversight investigation instead of reacting to the last one. In the United States, we've also learned that this insight into the past and present of oversight that CRS provides is essential to building oversight capacity for the future. Here in the United States, Congress has a history of conducting oversight of the government that goes back now almost 250 years. But it is also constantly evaluating and innovating in its oversight practice. And in my opinion, perhaps a little biased, is that it's experts who are able to take the long view and look at the big picture on these developments who are best positioned to help legislative bodies grow with those times. Now, I could talk at great length about what developments are playing out right now and how Congress is managing that changing environment, but I'm going to conclude my remarks just by discussing one area of oversight that is becoming increasingly important in the United States and that I think illustrates the value of expertise in the conduct of oversight. As the scale of complexity of government activity has increased in the United States over the last century, our Congress has, by necessity, delegated a variety of responsibilities to our bureaucracy. These decisions have made it possible for Congress to remain an effective and active legislative body. However, they also make oversight a more complex and time-consuming activity. Therefore, Congress has also looked to the bureaucracy itself to share some of the oversight burden, just as it did with administration of government before. Congress has started to use its lawmaking authority to increase oversight by creating special independent offices to monitor and report on potential waste, fraud, abuse, mismanagement, and other issues in government agencies, and has established a variety of legal rules to ensure that those agencies' operations can be effectively monitored. Just as important, Congress has leveraged the unique advantages of computerization and the internet to bring more data about government than ever to the public. That transparency brings oversight to another important group of actors, civil society organizations and the public, who are able to monitor and report on the activities of government as well. Not only does that create a new channel for Congress to learn about the activities of the government, it also integrates the public more into the day-to-day operations of their government.
Ben, okay, may I ask immediate question of course. From here? Yeah, because what is very important is here in Ukraine, we are on the basic stage of establishing parliamentary oversight, and I was absolutely caught by this statement of you that there is a service that is impartial and professionally independent, and that each of the parliamentary member can rely on this expertise, knowing that this is impartial and professional person. And you mentioned, of course, the 250 years of experience of this parliamentary oversight in the US. So just very briefly, how did you get where you are? Yeah, I assume that you also experienced the troubles of maybe some influence or some frauds or whatsoever, but somehow you managed to establish this impartial and professional service. Just few words. Thank you.
I think that the key in the United States has been a long-standing and actively nurtured dedication to the rule of law and to good government more generally, which I know for analysts like myself, who obviously have our own views on the activities of government, the overarching dedication to principles that those who are elected should be making, are those who should be making the decisions and ensuring that each of those individuals has all the resources that they need to do so, regardless to a large extent of the decisions that they think are best for their constituencies.
When did it happen?
We have had service like this. CRS has existed since about 1970,
Okay.
and there was a precursor organization that was created after World War I that provided similar service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to address to Jan to share the experience of German experience of the parliamentary oversight, and particularly in security and defense policy, which is, I believe, from what I know, the German experience is absolutely unique after the Second World War, and you've been learning this, I would say, from scratch. So I'm sure that this experience is absolutely interesting and useful for Ukraine. Jan?
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello. It's very nice. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to contribute to your conference for me. I am a foreign policy advisor at the German Parliament, and I have a special focus today on security and defense policy. As you mentioned, security and defense policy is a sensitive topic in Germany. As a result of the Second World War, Germany was a very reluctant power in Europe over years. On the one hand, after the German reunification, there were expectations of German partners and allies. The country has to take more responsibility in Europe. On the other hand, we have established a culture of military, or in other words, leadership avoidance reflex in terms of our history. This is the reason why the Bundestag has established special procedures regarding the defense policy, especially for military interventions. It is up to the Bundestag at the beginning of each electoral term to decide on the number of committees. The requirement for the Defense Committee to be established is anchored in the German Constitution in Article 45A Basic Law. In the current electoral term, the Defense Committee comprises 36 titular members and 36 substitute members. 13 from the CDU-CSU parliamentary group, 8 from the Social Democrats, 8 from the Alternative for Germany, 4 from the Liberals, 4 from the Left Party, and 3 from the Green Party. The tasks for the Defense Committee are observing and scrutinizing government's work in terms of defense policy, for example, the reform of the German army or the Pension Act for soldiers and former soldiers. Beyond this, the potential power of the armed forces calls for particularly intensive scrutiny. For this reason, in particular, the Defense Committee has to have a special status in several ways in order to effectively carry out its role of exercising oversight, for example, to convene itself as a committee of inquiry. The committee also plays an important role in deliberating on and executing the defense budget. Furthermore, the Basic Law, in other words, our Constitution, established the institution of a Parliamentary Commissioner for the Armed Forces. The office is held by Dr. Eva Högel. She was a member of the Bundestag before and a member of the Social Democratic Parliamentary Group. If our soldiers have problems with living conditions abroad, health violation, psychological problems during or after missions, they can contact the Commissioner and ask for help. For example, the Commissioner is also responsible for soldiers' questions regarding the pandemic during missions abroad. It is in the Commissioner's responsibility to set out an annual report for the Parliament. As a result, it is up to the Defence Committee of the Parliament as well as support the Army. The Parliament as well as support the Army. Of course, most important for the committee is working together with the Federal Minister for Defence and the Federal Army Administration. Since, like the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Committee on International Affairs, the Defence Committee is a closed committee, access to its meetings is restricted to the titular committee members, their substitutes, and a limited number of other representatives and officials. The Bundestag and the Defence Committee have a special influence on international missions of a Bundeswehr outside national and alliance defense. Based on Federal Constitution Court's decision in 1994, the consent of the Bundestag is required for every mission abroad, and this consent should in principle be given in advance. This is the reason why the German army, the Bundeswehr, is described as a parliamentary army. In 2004, the Bundestag adopted the Parliamentary Participation Act. The Bundestag does not have the right to demand a mission on its own initiative. It may only to a mission or demand the cessation of a mission which is already underway. As a result, there is a certain amount of overlap between its terms of reference and those of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, which makes it necessary for both committees to cooperate closely. Whilst the Committee on Foreign Affairs is the lead committee for all questions on sending troops abroad or extending their stay, the Defence Committee is already involved in an advisory capacity as the committee asked for its opinion. The consent of the Bundestag for missions abroad have pros and cons. The Bundestag is shaping the defense policy very actively. Wolfgang Wagner, he is a researcher and author, described the Bundestag as the champion in controlling military interventions. He observed more than 140 decisions regarding military interventions in the Bundestag from the German reunification until 2017. Indeed.
May I ask follow-up questions because the rest.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yes, of course.
Yeah, because again, as the same as it was with Ben, you are speaking, and those things are very natural to you that you are describing. But as I mentioned, for Ukrainians, for Ukrainian parliamentarians, for those who are interested in the parliamentary scrutiny, they very often they still lack the understanding of the nature of those things. And you mentioned few absolutely important things for the parliamentary scrutiny in security. The first one was the ability of the soldiers of the soldiers of the Bundeswehr to address the commissioner, actually the commissioner that represents the parliament, with all the issues that they have. And here is the question, I believe, very important for Ukraine, especially now when we have the war, ongoing war on our territory with Russia. The question why it is so important for the soldier, where is the nature of this issue, why the soldier should have an access to the parliament or the parliamentary representative. Thank you. If you could give the short answer for this.
Okay. yes, it is important for the soldiers because we need a contact person at the parliament or by their government to address their problems. And it is very, very important to have a good communication between soldiers, especially in a war situation, and your government and the defense policy to speak about problems, because you can't estimate as a member of parliament what is happening in a war situation for soldiers. You are a politician and you have to decide over a lot of things, but the soldiers are in a completely another situation, and it is very important to have a good way of communication. And it is a very stressful situation for soldiers to be in a war, and they have family, they have friends, we have problems with her health and so on. And this is additionally a reason to talk with government's representatives.
Thank you very much. And the second very short question that also refers to the issue that you mentioned, the consent of the Bundestag for the commissioning of the armed forces abroad. But in a lot of cases, for example, in Ukraine, we have to give and consent only commissioning the armed forces here inside of the country, but also abroad. The nature of this authority.
The nature of authority to give a consent from the Bundestag for military interventions, or what? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. It is a requirement of our basic law, and our federal court decided to give this. Our federal court has decided to the parliament have to give this consent for military interventions regularly, and the nature is that the members of parliament have to feel responsible for what is happening in the army, and they are responsible for missions abroad because they have to say yes or no. And this is a special situation, and I see pros and I see cons for this situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jan. And with this, I go to Alexander, who here in Ukraine was experimenting. Можу перейти на українську, так?
I can switch to Ukrainian. You managed to work with the committees trying to implement new practices of the parliamentary oversight, including post-legislative scrutiny. What did you see? What did you learn while trying to implement best practices?
Дякую, пані Оксана, за це представлення. І хочу сказати, що вау, дійсно, Бен Вільгельм дуже правильно сказав, і ми дійсно вражені тим, які у них є capacity і спроможності щодо дослідницької аналітичної роботи разом з комітетами. Я, будучи експертом проекту
of the EU, UNDP, I can tell you that we have certain experience and we have certain developments, and we are at the beginning, step by step, together with other international assistance programs, technical assistance, we're trying to reinforce this oversight function for the piloting. For our experience, well, starting with from 2020 till, I say, March 2021, we piloted 4 committees out of the 23, that's the 1/3. Digital transformation, human rights, deoccupation, legal policy, integration with the EU, in anti-corruption. In fact, having invited subject matter experts, 3 standing experts, 1 international expert, we managed to implement something that was discussed by our speakers. I mean, Westminster Foundation for Democracy. We managed to introduce some kind of PLS. This is impact assessment for specific statutes. We would take an individual law or a provision or a section of the law and check the effectiveness. We used the model that was implemented, Moldova, and we used the conference and we tried to adjust that to the legislative reality that we had, the legislative field, as our distinguished speaker, Sergei Kalchenko, said, this is exercised within the scope of the Constitution, and by the Constitutional Court rulings had in mind adjusting the practice, adjudicating for it based on the pilot's 45 statutes, and that included Constitution and international laws of Ukraine. We had different results, all sorts of experience leading to the recognized necessity to change and to leave it as it is. Sometimes all this experience was used for the guideline. So, manual on effective use. I have the honor to announce for this conference. It's going to be published at the UNDP site very soon indeed, because the speaker agreed to provide the preface, preamble, and the majority of the ideas that were discussed by different speakers, that to some extent adjusted even the law that we were referring to, 1052, on the parliamentary control. This is part of that. It's in 6 sections. It discusses all the forms of parliamentary control, all the types, and together with the international experience, stage by stage, it explains how MPs and members of the committees can use such norms, implementing them. Let me ask you. So I will ask you, because this kind of experience, this in-depth experience, always provides for some map of the gaps. But we would like to know about the gaps, the institutional gaps that you discovered. Let me not discuss the legislative provisions, but so much. We understand what should take just a will inside and committee inside the parliamentary process. Well, this is a very important issue, very important. It's not enough to have one conference discuss that. I was trying to be positive in that quality, but we can discuss many negative things as well. I'm not in favor of being too personal, getting personal and sensitive, but none of the piloted committees and the other 23 telling from the reports, progress reports for the sessions, it's not a priority. This is a problem number 1, and being one of a host of experts, a whole host of experts. This should be solved not just with the rethinking, revisiting but this is about the legislative function of the parliament, of the committees. So overcrowded that leaves no room for anything. And we can say that there are many changes that the future has in store for us. So we can avoid this legislative spam.
І це призведе до того, що
Avoiding political promises disguised as some bills. And this is just talks. There are many things which are not implemented properly by the committees. There's this great function for the impact PLS practice, and we are all in chorus, in concert, in agreement that they do it oddly. There's no agreement. Sometimes they fail to implement anything they design. So that's what we have as a goal, and we are trying to implement. And thank you, Alexander, Ben, Yen, and Alexander.
Patience for your contribution, very interesting, and I believe that we also have to develop this cooperation and deepen it, because we do, I emphasize it once again, that we do need to understand the nature of the processes that you enjoy. This is the major issue, that it's not about copy-pasting, it's about an understanding why do you need this function and how to develop this function, learning from your deficits, the deficits in particular that Alexander has been mentioning. So thank you very, very much. Have a nice Friday evening and nice weekend, and we are about to approach our closing remarks of the conference. Have a nice time.
Dear participants of the conference, it's time for us to wrap up and present the findings. The discussions have been very fruitful and very interesting. Over 4 hours discussing the parliamentary oversight and the multitude of dimensions in the parliamentary oversight practices. We discussed many countries, tackled many practices, and the major conclusion is that we should have such discussions on a regular basis. We should have a platform to debate on such important issue as the parliamentary oversight function. We understand that the parliaments are working in the conditions of permanent changes. What remains permanent is the demand of the society for greater transparency and greater accountability. And such a very important issue and such a subtle issue as the trust of citizens in the institutions depend on it. And today we should be talking about enhancing the parliament and as the institution, and the parliamentary oversight function is very essential in enhancing this trust. I liked very much the presentation by one of the speakers, Mr. Valery Patskan. He said that the parliamentary oversight is essentially a control exercised by citizens over the government bodies through their elected representatives. I think that should be underpinning our further activities. A great challenge remains for Ukraine as well as parliaments of other countries of the world. I would like to read my conclusions about the challenges which should become the topic for further discussion. Institutional capacity is a core component of the effective parliamentary oversight. Control over the effective implementation of the legislation, or so-called post-legislative scrutiny, is very important, and Ukraine should be striving to achieve more. We should pay attention not only to the procedure of reports consideration, but by the quality assessment. Accounting Chamber, Ombudsman for Human Rights, and other institutions should be independent to exercise control in the best interests of citizens, and they should not become the subject to political influences and impacts. We should be talking about improving the laws, but at certain area such issues are related to the constitution. Today we spoke about digitization and introduction of latest technologies in the activity of the parliaments. Here we should be talking about interoperability and about interaction between various government bodies and the institutions involved in the parliamentary oversight. And not only people, staff members, but who can use such technologies, but technologies as such should become the focus of attention of all those professionals working in the field of the parliamentary oversight. I have no doubt to believe that this conference has been extremely interesting for all those professionals who work in the field of the parliamentary oversight, and I wish that some practical recommendations discussed today will be implemented. Great thanks go to our speakers, our international guests, to those organizations that stayed with us and who contribute to enhancing the oversight function. Great thanks go to interpreters and all those who worked very hard to hold this conference. Team of USAID RADA program are working very hard to organize this conference. Following the results of this conference, we want to create a video with the summaries of speeches of the conference speakers. This video will be available for all participants of the conference. Also, I would like to say that on the website of the RADA program, you can find a lot of information and materials that contain expert opinions dedicated to the parliamentary oversight function. And now I would like to give floor to Ms. Oksana for final remarks. I have seen a lot of new areas for our activity in the future, which is very inspiring, and I do hope that from the discussions we had today, our takeout will be recommendations to be implemented. And to sum up, a great deal of work is ahead of us. I would like to join the previous speakers who commented before me, and I would like to say that there is no ultimate goal or end point in perfection of the parliamentary oversight. Yes, indeed, parliamentary oversight serves the best interests of our citizens. I would like to thank you, dear participants, and I would like to say that we expect our efforts to be continued, and stay tuned and follow our pages for videos and summary of the presentations.